Hello. Sorry, I'm a few minutes behind. I had to eat a snack and drink some water, which I would do after going live, but then the mask situation doesn't really work, unfortunately. So that's that. Let me get organized here. Oh. What am I doing? Oh my goodness. This can go here. Hello. Welcome back, Phantom. Ricknell. Special edition Friday night, if not. Yeah, absolutely. So, since there are basically two large debates going on the whatever podcast show thing in a row, I think we might have to do 2 debate nights in a row. But the math still isn't quite mathing because those debates are like 5, 6, 7 hours long sometimes. I think the last one was, like 5 hours? 5 hours and something and change. Where was that at? Oh, this one, yeah, this one's 5 hours and 17 minutes. So that's the last one. So I think the last one, there are some really interesting gold nuggets in there, and I'm kind of teeter-tottering on whether I want to do a full reaction video to that one, because the lady that is opposing Andrew talks kind of like I do, I guess. Maybe even worse at times. So it's kind of frustrating because one person talks sort of normal and the other person is really struggling to express, well, anything. And it's kind of difficult because it's also a 2-on-1, which at first I was confused. I thought it was going to be a 1-on-1, and Brian was just sort of there as like moderator or whatever. But no, apparently it's a 2-on-1, and they are grilling this poor woman, and she is not ready for that sort of thing. She's not really she's not doing well at all. But despite her not really doing well as far as speaking goes, which I can relate to, I don't know where this 140 IQ thing comes from. Normally people who are very smart don't brag about being smart, especially don't like put numbers on it. So uh that's a little sus, okay? On the other hand, people that do tend to be like super duper smart sometimes do have difficulties with interpersonal relations and speaking and things like that. So that is somewhat believable, but also she doesn't really seem that knowledgeable either, as far as, well, basically the things that Andrew was asking specifically. She could be outside of that, I don't know. But anyway, not a very good performance, but also it's like Brian half the time is complaining about how she's not doing well, even though he knew exactly what he signed up for, because she was on the show before, like once, or even I think more than once. I think it was twice. So he knew what he was getting, and he's still complaining and crying about it. And then he brings in the format is weird too, because it's like it's her debating Andrew, but then he goes on a smoke break, and then instead of letting her take a break, which she's like begging for at that point, she's like, I gotta take a break, I gotta use the bathroom, blah blah blah. She keeps bringing it up over and over, and that gets basically ignored for the longest time, because while Andrew goes to take a break, it's Brian that jumps in and he starts grilling her on whatever like drama they had over text. And she's really like struggling with that too, because she's like, I thought we weren't going to talk about that. I changed my mind. I thought you were so based. I don't think she's gonna think he's very based after this. But yeah, that's like, if you already changed somebody's mind and somebody already likes you, why would you go back and be like, well, earlier you said all this other random stuff, and that's like fair game because like you said that first too. So like he really wants to talk about it. He's dying to talk about all this like text messaging drama. Anytime somebody says anything bad about the show, that's like gold for him. He's like he just takes that and clings to it and does not let go. He's like a rabid dog when it comes to anyone saying anything remotely like judgmental about the show, even though she comes back at some point allegedly and says, well, different things like she looked into it more or whatever, which I don't know what made her change her mind because like, so some of those are fair points, but anyway, he loves arguing about that stuff, so he brings that up, and it's the whole thing is a mess. But there are a few gold nuggets in it that I think are worth me like clipping and discussing as a regular video. Um, and there's a little gold nugget in the very intro that like refutes force doctrine, which is kind of weird. And then of course somewhere like a third of the way through he comes in with this whole like, oh, just so you guys know, all these stupid people are gonna clip stuff and say it's these are my opinions, but this is really totally like internal critique. Yeah, so just all of those like stupid people, they're not gonna get it because I'm doing internal critique. It's internal critique, guys, and I guess he still hasn't learned how to do internal critique, but saying a bunch of weird shit and then realizing you've said a bunch of weird shit and then claiming you're doing internal critique just to cover it up is a pattern, and I'm also making a video on that. But yeah, again, like internal critique isn't like you get to say a bunch of shit and then like, oh, that's internal critique, by the way, when you realize like, that doesn't sound good. Um, and internal critique, you actually have to take on the position of your opponents or like for the sake of conversation. And you can't say random weird shit that is not the position of your opponent because not that's not internal critique. Internal is supposed to be internal to that person. So if that person is disagreeing with what you're saying, you're just saying shit on your own. That has nothing to do with internal critique. So that's something I find completely aggravating that he does constantly, and this was no exception, of course. So anyway, I figured that's sort of a um, summary of the yesterday's one, since we're not going to be doing like frame react to it at all. Uh-oh, I need to mute something. Where's my other phone? Oh crap, it's not here. I might have to go find it and mute it if it makes sound again. Sorry about that. Um, that not sorry debate is still going. Props to her for keeping her cool with Andrew for this long. Yeah. I'm thinking we might drop in and see what's going on live-ish and then go back. Or we might start sort of either at the beginning or like 2/3 of the way through. I haven't really decided yet. I'm open to ideas. If y'all wanna sort of watch it live-ish, I'll take a vote, I guess. um, he went in on her grandpa too. Oh yeah, yeah. There was that too. The grandpa thing annoyed me that they wouldn't drop it. Yeah, that was really weird because that was personal on Brian's part. You could tell how uncomfortable she was. I agree with all of that. The grandpa thing was weird because she was like, I don't want to talk about my grandpa. That's like a family thing. This is like trying to keep his memory alive. He's passed on. Like I don't want to talk badly about him. I don't want to hear you talk badly about him. And this isn't like I don't know. It's like somebody's grandpa died and you're like shitting on him and trying to claim that she's like grifting of him or whatever, um and going on and on about how like kooky he was and how he believed all this weird stuff when it and then he's like, well, it's fair game because you said that like Andrew was grifting or whatever. Yeah, I don't think so. They have no leg to stand on if they ever complain about like, oh no, don't bring my family into it, even though Andrew's wife is a public figure. So yeah, they have no leg to stand on after tonight regarding that whatsoever. And we'll do it live. Yeah, I'm thinking since it's still going on, as long as it still is, we might, unless it's like the very, very end, that might be kind of weird. But, why not? Why not? And, oh, by the way, so I have heard some great ideas about um, doing um, like a Discord voice channel sort of watch along thing. And I think that's a great idea. I don't have it set up tonight because I think I have to go into the settings because what I don't want to do is have basically an open Discord where somebody like an Andrew Wilson simp wants to jump in and like ruin my channel and say horrible shit and get me banned from YouTube by jumping in somewhere that's like an open room and being obnoxious. So I do want to make sure I have it set up in a way where I can like um, basically approve people who want to come on and join and things like that. So I have to figure out how to set that up and how to work that. And maybe we'll do a test run sometime this weekend um, with that. Um, so if you're interested in that, I do want to do something like this weekend about that because I feel like we have enough interest now for it to be, I suppose, like lively enough. So I think it's probably a good time to start figuring that out. But I don't have that tonight. Tonight is really like impromptu, and I'm saying like again. Oh damn it! Not just that. Rachel goes on. It, it goes in on people for no reason too. She inserts herself. Yeah, that is. I find that so weird. Like for somebody who's supposed to be this manly man that's the runs the household and is all about like men are so much stronger with force and women need to be grateful that men don't come in and essay them. Yeah. And something about putting them in cages is like a very it seems like he's got some kind of creepy fantasy about women in cages because he's constantly bringing that up constantly. Like every other debate, he's going on about the cages thing. It's totally creepy. But you would think somebody who's acting like that, like he's all like, alpha bro or whatever, his wife is constantly like running around basically every show that he does. She's like either always in the chat or she's calling in and attacking whoever he is debating or whoever is like the opposite of him on a panel. Especially the whatever podcast, anytime he was on that, she would constantly attack the woman there. The calling in thing is so creepy, but even sending super chats and stuff constantly, be, being just a complete, you know, naughty word lady. Um, I wanna still, you know, not be too mean there to sort of not stoop to their level, I suppose. But yeah, it's gross and weird. Like, does he really need his wife constantly running around, sort of like doting on every little thing that defending him everywhere? Like he can't stand up for himself. It's weird. It's totally weird. Stream sniping with a faceless assassin. Oh no, not the assassin word. Oh no. Oh, that reminds me of that Nicki Minaj thing where she was like, the assassin J.D. Vance or whatever. Is that who she was referring to as the assassin? That is so weird. Hello, Nas. And your examination, of course. Welcome back. Another arguing if the stories are true. I want to venture to guess who tells her to. No proof. JD. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, let's pull it up and see if they're still going and how long they go on about it. Oh, you know what? Um, before that, I think I am obliged to find so Eric in the Discord let me know that there's the timestamp for the debate we saw last time with the hair taunt. So, you know what? I want to find that first because I feel obligated now to do the um the boldness thing. It seems like it's a thing now. So, I am told that it's at 2:15:08. Thank you, Eric, by the way. Let me pull that up. And oh, headphones check. Oh. Okay, that's better. And do. There we go. All right. Yes, bonus. It's been over 4 hours. Oh, that's nothing. Last time went apparently for like 5 hours and 17 minutes, which just looked so maybe it's still gonna go on for a while. And I thought the 5 hours and 15 minutes was even short. Sometimes these are like 6-7 hours. I don't know if I could do that. Especially the last girl. She was getting the beat down for 5.5 hours straight. I don't think I could do that. Constantly attacked by, like, tag teamed by 2 dudes. Gross. Hardly even got a break. It was so sad. I felt so bad for her, even though she had a lot of, like, weird opinions. I still felt bad for her because she was not meant for that. All right. Let's see here.
$20 is when it comes in. Sam Shimon would eat GI alive. Not that Jay Dyer hasn't been dog walking him already, but man, he wouldn't get away with any perverting of the scripture.
I would do
it.
Well, Sam Shamoon's crazy. He might actually literally eat him alive. So,
and glory to the triune God. I want to show the entire audience something I can do that Sam Shimon can't. I just, there you go. I can do that. Sam Shimon can't.
Wow. Not the first time he's been, like, bragging about his hair, too, and, like, sure, he has hair still, but it is, like, you can tell it's receding, so I don't know, like, okay, yeah, you have it, that's great, but he's not, like, you know, he's not like a teenage boy hair. It's like for his age, I guess that's pretty good. Maybe he doesn't have like the extreme male pattern baldness gene, but even at his age, like men generally do have recession at least, and he does seem to have at least the recession going on. So I don't know. That's such a dick thing to brag about. It is not uncommon for men to go bald, and to be like, oh, look at me, I'm not bald. That has basically nothing to do with anything of like who the person is, or it doesn't make you right in any way. Like what a dick thing to do. Oh, that is a gross, man. That's gross. To get it in, absolutely. I mean, he is in his 40s, so it's not bad, to be fair. Yeah, like it's he has hair still, so like yeah, for his age, it's certainly not bad. But it's not like it's not like something to brag about. Like, oh, look at me, I have hair. It's still there, most of it. Like, okay, most of my hair is still on my head. Look at me. And look at you, you don't have most of your hair on your head, and I do. That's such a childish thing about such a like oddly like adult non-issue. I This is so weird. Angie uses just for men. Oh, I don't know what that is. I I have a button for that. This one. Oh, does it work? I didn't see it. Oh yeah, yeah, it does. I was worried if it was like off screen or something, but no, it seems to be properly aligned. At least that one. I'm not sure what that is. I feel bad. But I finally got to use a button. Oh, you think it's? Oh, I guess it probably would be dyed at that age. Huh? Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah. Normally I wouldn't like make fun of somebody's appearance unless they're the ones doing it first to other people. So he's absolutely fair game after acting like that. Like that. That's absolutely fair game. All right. Let's see which one. Let me find the other tab. 1 second. Okay, no, I found it. I got it on the first try too. Oh, not this one. This one. Okay. All right. Let's get. I'm not that far off the live. Let's see.
Feet of Satan for.
I just pulled it up a few. I feel like I pulled it up like maybe 10 minutes ago, but it's already like an hour behind. Jeez. Guessing he got up again to smoke or something. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. No. Okay. He's back already. Okay. This is a few minutes. Let's see what they're talking about.
You don't think that Job literally happened?
No, it's very obviously poetry.
Very obviously.
Yeah, I don't think that Job
was Ecclesiastes poetry.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked in Ecclesiastes.
Proverbs.
Proverbs is literally just poet. What do you mean? What do you even mean something literally happened in Proverbs? Proverbs isn't literal. What's literal?
None of Proverbs is literal either.
I mean, it's mostly like ideas and poems about how to conduct oneself,
Yeah.
right? Do you think Songs of Solomon is literally true?
Well, some of it, yeah. But the thing is, it's funny. That's not. There is allegory there, yeah.
Yeah, true.
The thing is Job is trying to reconcile two positions. Do you know what the two positions are from the wisdom books?
I don't know. No, I'm not sure.
No. There's Ecclesiastes was interesting because.
You know what? I think this segment might be something that would be so great to have for examination on for. I wonder if we can save like the last half for another day if examination would want to join us on discussing this particular one, because I feel like the details about biblical stuff I'm probably not the best person to comment on. Job is not okay. Yeah, see, this is why we need you. This is why we need you for this. I think probably the parts that are related to a religion, I'm really not the best person for discussion. She's been keeping up with him theologically pretty well. The chat is coping through, though keeps calling her heretic fake Christian or heretic fake Christian. I don't know. I can't say words. Yeah, I mean they're gonna be, this chat is gonna be like that, absolutely. Although I have I think I dropped in, oh, see, there's Rachel, of course. You guys don't see the chat. Let me scoot this over so you can see what I'm looking at there. Oh no, wrong one. This is so wrong one. What am I doing? Oh my goodness. There we go. Just for a second. Of course, Rachel. Like I was just talking about her like constantly being in this super chat, consistently like throwing shade on whoever the opponent is, and of all things to accidentally pop up on the screen basically as soon as I turned it on out of nowhere. Of course, like why not? This is so cringe. If I was a dude and I had a wife that was doing that kind of shit, I would be like, look, honey, I love you, but you gotta let me fight my own fights, okay? I don't want to look weak in front of all my bros. All right, lady. That's what I would do if I was a dude. But anyway. Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, good, good. I'm glad you like the idea. I'll be among those who would say she's a heretic fake Christian because she's postmodern. Rev Ross and I had 2 different live streams. Oh, okay. Curtis she is more correct than their right-wing radical she runs into on theology. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think that would be so cool if we could do maybe the last half or something where it looks like they got more heavily into theology together. That would be so cool. Well, let's chat offline and see if we can maybe schedule something for this weekend sometime. I would love to have you for something like that because I'm not the right person for this. How does she keep donating if Andrew keeps all her book revenue? Good question. Maybe like, oh, that's a good question because from the way he's discussing like leadership and everything and relationships between men and women, he's obviously like in the camp of the men should control the finances and make the decisions and things like that. So she must obviously have a say in finances pretty freely unless he's like directing her to do that. I don't know. I don't know how that works exactly, but it seems like a waste of money to me. But I mean, they're rolling in dough, so it's not like a big loss to them or anything. He himself called himself King Grift in the last debate, so there's no shyness about that. All right, let's since this is very religion heavy, let's start. I wish it was over so that we could get the chapters because they put chapters up right away, which is super helpful. But I do think the first one, because I started watching a little bit the first one. I think I saw like 2 or 3 minutes of it just to see what it was about. And I think the first one also had a lot of religious stuff in it, but it was more like Christian nationalism, which would also have would you know what, that one would also be really nice to have an examination for. Let me see if maybe the second one might be kind of fun if we can find that.
And you can do that instead.
Classic Andrew. It's just absurd.
That's an actual absurd position.
It's not absurd. The founding fathers were pretty smart guys. I think that they could think about things. They wrote a lot. I think if they wanted to blend church and state intentionally, they would have done so.
You guarantee
but instead,
me?
hold on. But instead, they
well, this isn't like too biblical, I guess. This is more like government.
Explicitly wrote into the Constitution that they would not do so federally, and over time, all states agreed with that and wrote out religious clauses.
What was the 10th Amendment for?
I don't know.
Okay.
We just hit the hour mark. Shall we?
Do you want to tell me?
Shall we switch?
No, this is a legitimate way to answer a question. If you don't know something, it's totally cool to say, I don't know. I don't know what like this reaction is about. Like, okay, people don't like I don't know either. Sure, I'm not going up there to debate it, but I don't know all the amendment numbers. I really don't. Like, I understand the general concept of the country, and yeah, if you ask me like what number is so and so amendment, I wouldn't be able to tell you. If you're like, well, what's the, I don't know, 11th amendment? I don't know. I don't know like which number is which, except for like the first, I don't know, 4 or 5. I guess 5-ish. Anyway, and even those, I would not be surprised if I got like some things a little bit wrong. It's not really something people think to memorize, I guess. So it's a fun little gotcha, but I don't know. Let's note that because another piece that I dropped in at some point later as well for a few minutes to see if it was still going on, and I heard a very interesting part where he should have said, "I don't know." What is that? and didn't, and it is very egg on his face. But yeah, like
prompts.
The thing we've been talking about. For the last...
Well, I assumed that you were going to give me more information about it.
What do I need to give you more information? You don't even know what it is.
We do have a TTS coming in, so maybe.
Can I just pause? I think something. I don't know what you're doing right now, because I feel like we need to talk about these. Okay.
Does he have the Zen thing in his mouth again? Looks like he's chewing on that. That's pretty gross. I just learned about the Zen things over social media. That's the thing. Apparently, it's like a ridiculous amount of nicotine in like a little thing you stick in your mouth, like a little packet thing. And that I suppose that explains why he's not like running away from the debate every 5 seconds to go outside. So I noticed in the last debate he was like putting the little thing in his mouth too. So that explains why it's not like constantly pausing where it's just her. But when we started watching, he wasn't there. So oddly enough, even with that, it seems like it's not like enough or something. I don't know. That's crazy.
No, continue.
I'm gonna wait for his tantrum.
Not that smoking makes him bad or anything. It's just interesting that he's not like jumping up every 5 seconds, which he normally does.
To be over, and then I'll go.
Okay. Well, I'll let you know when it's over.
Okay. Are we done? Or are you still tantruming?
Me just sitting here is a tantrum?
You were throwing in, not willing to listen to me, and throwing your hands in the air.
Like this, that's all.
I'm doing cross eyes and like making fun of me.
Well, that was silly. It's silly to say that you think that the founders should have found some way that every single independent.
Of course, he has to like keep control of the conversation, so he can't possibly just be like, okay, I'm done, or okay, go ahead. He has to sit there and make a scene about it and not say anything. 10th Amendment grants states the ability to grant other rights to their residents, if I recall correctly. No, smoking man bad. Or 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 no, smoking man bad. Which one is it? Sorry. Yeah, nothing wrong with addiction and orthodoxy. Yeah, I'm not clear on that either. You would think it'd be something that they would be against, but I'm not really sure. Because I mean, like, plenty of people smoke. Maybe not like that much, but it's not like everyone who smokes is like can't be orthodox. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Maybe it has to do with like a really excessive amount. Maybe that could be against it, but honestly, I don't know. But I think like smoking in general can't be like against the religion, because then basically everybody would be like 30 years ago, basically everybody was smoking. So you would think maybe it's not that big. I don't know, honestly. We should probably find out from like a church father or something.
Pan-Protestant religion would find some kind of unifying creed they would all just suddenly agree to, rather than them just saying, we're just not going to impose any religious standards on states. You guys can do it yourself.
Yeah, I think that if the founding fathers actually believed that the merging of church and state was important, they would have found a way to write it into the Constitution.
They did via the 10th Amendment.
They did not.
They did.
Allowing states to have choice and purview is not the same thing as writing.
Were states allowed to make their own religions or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with, for example, saying that the church doesn't get a hand in statescraft, which is written exclusively into the
only at the
1A.
federal level.
Yes.
Because they didn't have a unification for things like oaths and other things that all the pan-Protestants would agree to at the federal level.
They just couldn't think of any. They were like, man, we really...
They argued about it nonstop.
This is your premise. Mm-hmm. The founding fathers actually really wanted to write in the merging of church and state. It was something that they really cared about.
At the federal level, they didn't.
But they couldn't find a way to federally write these things in together. And so, don't interrupt me. And so instead, what they did is they wrote it out and they just let states do, so they could sneakily blend in their blurring of church and state. That's your argument.
Truly, your
Yes or no?
intellect
Is that your argument?
is dizzying. No. My argument is that
Are we getting personal?
that the founding fathers
What is with him and calling other people stupid? Like, what is with that? He did the same thing to Charlie out of nowhere. Like, who does that? He was even harsher with Charlie, but like, why? What is that? What is that gain if not for like for his own pleasure or whatever? It's so weird. What a weird thing to do. Rick now says I wasn't smoking 30 years ago. Oh, by the way, nice to see you. Welcome back. I suppose I wasn't smoking 30 years ago either. That's that would be pretty messed up, I think. I mean, like adults 30 years ago. But fair. That's fair. 3 packs a day is excessive addiction. Come on. No, that could be fair. I don't know. You might be right about that. I was a baby though, so yeah. Me too. So yeah, like I mean adults 30 years ago. Basically everybody who was an adult was smoking 30 years ago. Smoking man bad cardio. Oh my goodness. At least I achieved egghead in his book. Is that what he called you? I didn't catch that. I don't remember that. Egghead is interesting. That doesn't sound as mean. It seems like he's more mean to women. I don't know. Not that he's nice to men. He's also mean to men, but he tends to use the B word a lot for women. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but I got it. So, whatever. First debate, he calls me egghead. Oh, okay. I think I missed that part. All right.
Are we getting personal? Because you said no personal when we started this. Do you want?
Oh, that's interesting. They even said that they wouldn't be doing personal stuff. That must have been hard for him.
Wait a second.
You said my intellect
you can call
is
me.
dizzying.
Yeah, you can call me stupid. So the thing is like I am so curious about this. I actually don't even understand.
I just want to be clear that we're breaking the rules of decorum by your
federal government was that really harsh? Like
whether it's harsh or not has nothing to do with you promise not to do certain things and you're doing it. That doesn't really matter. Like
truly, your intellect is dizzying.
That's
harsh.
I would say in
that's
general.
a movie line, by the way.
I would say in
from
general
The Princess Bride.
that if we want to have a good engagement back and forth, we, for example, agreed to things like not getting personal.
That's not personal. It's from The Princess Bride. It's a joke.
So you only meant it as a joke. You weren't trying to call me stupid.
Well, this position's stupid.
Are you calling me stupid? Because when you say my intellect is dizzying, it feels like you're saying
it is dizzying.
So you think
but
I'm
the
stupid?
thing is here, I don't get.
I don't know why you wouldn't just own that you're insulting me. This is so crazy.
You go. Wait a second, Andrew. It would have been way better for the pan-Protestant and Catholics at the federal level for them to somehow agree on some kind of unifying creed.
Didn't say better.
Or make more sense that they would agree to some sort of unifying creed, even though Protestantism can also change. You can have like a new denomination which pops up that doesn't agree with this. And so they're like, wait a second, instead of doing that, what we'll do instead is we'll leave it up to the prospective states and then they can impose whatever religion. Hang on, Kyla, calm down, Kyla. I just want to finish. Okay. The states can blend and always were able to blend church and state. Yes.
And yet the federal.
So, by the way, if I remember correctly, what the topic here is Christian nationalism un-American? And it seems like she's going for the American would be like the federal government, and he's trying to go for, well, American is really the state governments. And so if the state governments had religions at the state level, then Christian nationalism is American. But nationalism is that what I'm confused about is like nationalism in itself isn't like state by state, it's the whole nation. Christian nationalism, the whole. So what is the states having their own religions and whatever denominations, whatever they had going on? What does that have to do with Christian nationalism, because I mean, am I stupid or something? Am I what did he say? Is my intellect, I forgot what the what that was, but um whatever that phrase was, is that me right now? Because it seems like if it's nationalism, it would be at the federal level, as in like for the whole country, nation nationalism. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know, but it seems like that's what that should be. So I don't know what the states have to do with anything. Like, sure, they're part of the nation, but it the level is off. It seems, I don't know. Seems like she might be right about it being like, it probably matters more whether it's on the federal level. Oh, you saw that? Dishonest. Hold on, I gotta go look up and put my hand on my chin as I pontificate. What? Just call it an ecumenical council? I don't know what that means. I feel even stupider now. I was already feeling stupid, and now I feel stupider.
Level can't and doesn't.
That
and
was
so,
never in question.
So what is in question here is, by your logic, the founding fathers,
Yeah.
they actually secretly wanted the church and state to be blended, but they couldn't write it in because
Where did you get that?
Your argument.
I never argued that.
This is the implication of it.
It's not even the implication
of
of
it.
it.
You're saying that actually the founding fathers, they did want the blend of church and state. Do you think that?
They wanted the states to be able to blend
Do
church
you
and
think
state.
that the founding fathers wanted America to have a blend of church and state? That they wanted the church
it
to
depends
help
on which
make
ones you're
state
talking about. Some of them did.
You
Some
said
of
the
them
majority.
didn't.
So the majority of founding fathers.
No, the majority of the founding fathers who signed, I said, were not deists.
You
That's
also
what I
said the
said.
majority of them were like some
Foundational Protestants.
Yeah,
yes.
they were men of God,
and
right?
from different denominations.
And do you think that those men of God couldn't have tried to, like, if they wanted to write in that the federal government has a blending of church and state, that they couldn't have found a way to possibly do that?
Or they just give it to the states prospectively, which makes more sense.
Why would they then explicitly write it out of the federal government?
Because they wanted it to go to the states specifically, so that for purposes of things like oath keeping and
Why would
things
they
like
make
this.
a rule then that says states must maintain some form of Christian religion?
Because that doesn't mean anything. If you say you have to be a form of Christian,
How does that not
who
mean
gets to make the determination of who a Christian is?
Usually,
Okay, isn't the First Amendment, the government shall make no law establishing a religion or something like that? So you would think if they meant only the federal government shall make no law, but it's cool if the states do it. That's a good point. You would think they would have noted that if that was something that was important to them, that the states did have religions, because, or is it like Congress shall make no law? Regardless of like how it is, you would think that they would be like, oh, it's fine if it's state level, because all of the other things in the First Amendment were intended as like shall make no law in general. Not that we're really following that, which, like the Second Amendment, for instance, like I would say a lot of states are breaking that, or rather like not abiding by it. Let me just look it up now, because I don't want to talk out of my butt about this. We shall ask the magic ball. The first, well, let's just say 2. Well, let's just say 5. Just for the lows. Amendments verbatim. Alright. The first one, Congress shall make no law. It was Congress shall make no law. Okay. Respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of the press, or the freedom of, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Okay, so I know it says Congress shall make no law, but all of the other things, like the freedom of speech or of the press, the right of the people to peaceably assemble, to petition the government for a redress of grievances, all of those things also apply to the states. So it's not like, Oregon can come out tomorrow and be like, okay, no freedom of speech for y'all. You can't say herpaderpaderp. Like, they can't do that. So all of the, or even the press, like, they can't start jailing, like Utah can't come out tomorrow and start jailing any um any like newspaper people who run a newspaper, or any sort of journalist, or like if a journalist says something bad about Mormons, they can't start jailing them tomorrow. Like Utah can't be like, okay, jail for you. So all of the other things apply to all of the states too. So if the states can't be like, okay, well, never mind, we're doing this, any of the other items in the First Amendment, it sort of makes sense that religion, the religious part, which is literally the first thing, would also be treated the same way. So that's why I don't understand why that would be different. Well, all the other ones are one way, but like that particular one, like that's different. States can do the opposite for the first one. That makes no sense to me. Although for the Second Amendment is like a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, I think they could have just left that out, but whatever, felt the need to explain themselves. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's the important part that they really should have kept in there. But it seems like the states do infringe on that in a way by making laws around it, limiting that right. So I suppose you can sort of walk around that by saying, well, technically the people still can keep and bear arms. They just have to do this, this, and that, which I don't agree with, but it is being done. So there is at least an explanation of how the states are still technically like abiding by it. While if the states establish their religion, like literally establish their religion, that would be against the spirit of the First Amendment. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's some thoughts, I suppose. Let me catch up on chat here. His argument is that they didn't want different denominations to fight over who has control over the federal government, so they allowed the states to decide it for themselves. Oh, gotcha, okay. What? Andrew's Queen Bay? Okay. Word. Think. Oh yeah, like the stream and stuff, please. Thank you for reminding me. I'm always bad at saying that stuff. Fun fact: the Times reports 12K people jailed for social media posts in 2023 in the UK. Oh yeah, the UK is totally messed up on that. And gathered via Freedom of Information requests. I'm surprised they even have Freedom of Information requests with how messed up the UK is. Oh, there's a fluff in here. How does this happen every time? Yeah, the UK has like no freedoms whatsoever. Damn fluff. I hate when that happens. It's always like at the edge of a little piece of fluff that's like right. Oh jeez, it's so annoying. Okay. I'll just bear it. Hello. I wish I had bear arms. You do have the right to them. Absolutely. That is a thing. You may keep the bear arms. All right.
It's going to be the Christian people of that state, right? How does
exactly?
Wait,
that's my whole point.
It's not
exactly.
Your whole point. It's not your whole point.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Who, if the founders, if at the federal level, they can't make a determination of who.
Yeah, grr, the fluff. Grr.
Christian is or isn't, and that's why you leave it up to the state. The state determines.
So by your implication, you're saying the founding fathers did actually want church and state to not be separate. However, they couldn't find a way to write it into the Constitution other than through the 10th Amendment, which doesn't even talk specifically about.
Part of this
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You can correct me after. Just write it down.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying the founding fathers, by implication, they actually did want the church and state to be blended. They actually valued that because you're saying that they wrote it into the Constitution by allowing the states to do it, which is implying then that the founding fathers did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in within the First Amendment clause, so they allowed the states to do it as a sneaky way to smuggle in church and state.
This is like the worst straw man ever. No, here's my actual position. The actual position is due to the Articles of Confederation and that not working, we knew that we needed to have a federalist nation. Otherwise, we couldn't have currency, standing army, anything like this. Because of that, the states, who were completely distrustful of having a federal government because they had just fought off a massive fucking kingdom, were very distrustful. And so they needed to sell it to them. The way that they sold it to them is they were like, well, since it's all pan-Protestantism, we can't figure out our foundationalism, we will take a secular approach at the national level. And
That's literally what she said.
And what we'll do is institute the 10th Amendment, and each of you can put in your own religions if you want to. That was the compromise.
That's basically what she said. What do you mean? Here's my thing. What?
It has nothing to do with the motivation of the founders at the federal level, wanting it, not wanting it, loving it, not loving it.
It has to do. My argument.
Okay, that's great. But you just said what you're saying is, which infers that's my argument, and it's not. My argument is there's a compromise between the states and between the feds. And the compromise was that the feds were not going to tell the states what religions they could or couldn't have, period.
And was the compromise, why were the founding fathers compromising? Because they had a hope that the church and state would stay connected? They just couldn't write it in? Is that what you're saying?
At which level?
So they were hoping that the nation broadly would stay Christian within the statecraft, that there would be no separation of church and state. However, they couldn't write it in.
No, they wanted at the national level to adhere to the idea that only the states could impose whatever their religious value structures were.
I'm asking, is it more reasonable to conclude that the founding fathers wanted a separation of church and state, or that they did not want a separation of church and state?
You have to express at which level.
I'm assuming that if they felt it at the federal level, they probably felt it at the statehood level. I don't know why a founding father would be like,
Jefferson,
I don't want it at the state level, but I actually do. You said compromise, right?
Jefferson didn't like that states had religions, and he made that clear. But other presidents made it clear they were fine with it.
So the majority of the founding fathers, do you think that they wanted separation of church and state?
At the national level, that was the compromise, yes.
Do they want it, though?
I don't know. I can describe to you each of their motivations.
What's your presumption?
Some of them did, and some of them didn't.
Do you think
Don't they have a bunch of writings by a bunch of the founding fathers, and they leave behind journals and notes and essays and stuff explaining what it is that they wanted? I don't know the contents of those things, but I know they exist. I don't know for how many of the founding fathers we have these things, but I know there's at least some that would explain how they generally felt about stuff like that. I'm gonna ask the Magic 8 Ball.
Most of them did, or most of them didn't?
I don't know if it's most. Do you?
You said a majority of the founding fathers. Well, I would say.
I said weren't deists.
No, you also said that they were loyal Protestant,
yes,
good old Christian
true.
boys.
They were.
So my argument would be that these good old Christian boys all agreed that separation of church and state mattered. That's why they wrote it into the Constitution.
At the federal level.
They didn't even prescribe states having a state religion. They just didn't take the states right.
That was the compromise.
They just didn't take the states right away from them doing so. That's not the same thing.
So they allowed the states to implement their own religions.
At a state level, but they would not at a federal level.
Then what are we arguing here?
We're arguing about whether or not the founding fathers wanted a separation of church and state or not.
At the federal, I don't know how else to make
Why
this
would they
clear.
want it not at the federal level?
At the federal level, they did not want a federal religion because states got to make a religion.
Why didn't they want a federal religion?
This is so annoying when he starts talking like that. He's like, what? Who does that? Like, can you act like an adult for however long this is? This is what, like, -4. Oh, this time is all backwards. If it started, that definitely did not start 4 hours ago. If we're at -4.5, yeah, you can't spend like 2 hours as an adult without doing weird faces and noises and whatever. Like, it's such a gross thing to do. I don't know. Andrew can be dishonest at times. Just at times. No, you see, when a girl says it, it's a straw man. No. Sneaky snack. We have the Federalist Papers and some private writings here and there. I'm no expert though. Is only for the upper echelons of the debate university alumni and faculty. They did advertise. I watched like the very first like bit of it here, and they did advertise debate university at the very beginning too. Or was it over in the? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was the other one. I don't remember for sure. It at some point in one of the two debates, at least, they advertised or discussed it. Or oh yeah, and in the last one, oh yeah, I know I'm remembering because in the last debate he was like, I'm gonna when he was discussing all the Epstein stuff and basically telling everybody how the main narrative is totally right and there was no ring of PDFs and it's totally it was just the prostitution related and there is no like ring and there's no co-conspirators. Like, when he was saying all that stuff and the chick was sort of suggesting or like asking the question like, is he being paid, he went on to this like little spiel about like disclosing all of his sources of income, and debate university was listed in there. That was one of them. But yeah, I still there are some bits of gold in there that I'm pretty excited to use. This is gonna be fun. It's a forbidden jutsu. 5-finger exploding art technique. It's like the Harry Potter spell with that comes out. All right. Um. All right.
Compromising with the states.
Sure, but do you think that overall, if they didn't have to compromise, they would have preferred a federal religion?
Well, there wouldn't even, the whole framework of the nation would be so different. I don't even know how to speculate.
You're right. It would be completely different America if we didn't have separation of church and state, because the founding fathers, despite mostly being Christian, just being loyal Christians, they understood the necessity of separation of church and state.
No,
and
no,
most
it
of
would
those
be a
founding
different
fathers,
America because there wouldn't then be states' rights, the 10th Amendment. There wouldn't be, the whole system would be totally different.
We're 10 minutes over.
So I don't have any idea what you're even referencing.
If you want to like rewrite absurdism into it, that's totally fine. But it's pretty obvious that if the founding fathers wanted to have no separation of church and state, they could have done something. They could have employed in some direction.
I don't even know what she's arguing.
How about this?
You could steelman me and try.
Overtime on this prompt.
You seem to be saying that.
You guys want to do
was
it?
Was it the motivation? If it was the case that there was no states, would the founders have preferred no religion?
So I've made already an affirmative claim, which I said, well, the founding fathers, despite being dominantly Christian, despite valuing their Christianity, despite most of the nation being either Protestant or Catholic, went out of their way to write religion out of a federal nation, grounding America at a nation level as a non-religious nation state. In fact, so non-religious. So non-religious.
Here's the problem.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Really quick before you go, we are a bit over time on this prompt.
It does give them some time to tantrum, so you can read your TTS if you want.
Well, do you guys...
What tantrum? I'm just sitting here.
You're eye rolling and like getting upset, which is totally fine. Like it's an impassioned.
I actually don't understand what the fuck you're even talking about.
That's kind of the.
I really don't.
Do you guys want to continue on this prompt, or do you want to move on to something else?
I just want to speak to that specific thing you said. That's kind of one of my issues with that Andrewism is you're not attempting to understand what I'm saying in any way, and usually
I just tried to steelman and you cut me off. When I was trying to steelman your position, you cut me off.
I corrected you because you were steelmanning me incorrectly.
Okay, got it. So here's the thing.
Well, if you're going to steelman me, you should probably be correct.
Can we
and in a
like,
good faith conversation, I want to understand you, and you want to understand me. So let me summarize your position.
Okay, go ahead.
My understanding of your position is that you don't know. You're agnostic as to whether or not the founding fathers wanted, church and state to be blended, but you believe that essentially they allowed the states to do it so that the states could stay religious, and they wrote it at a federal level because they recognized that they would have to compromise, and they couldn't find a good compromisation amongst the states because they were of different religions. Correct?
No.
How is that incorrect?
Well, the first part is what you're messing up.
Okay.
It's irrelevant whether or not the signers of the Constitution themselves would have ascribed for a state religion or not.
I think the founding fathers' predilection is important.
What's relevant is what they actually did with the states. The state itself, the prospective states, are as much of import as the federal government. That's what anti-federalists thought. You have a federalist mindset for some reason. You keep on. I understand the disconnect. The disconnect is you keep thinking that federal systems are more important than state systems.
No.
It doesn't really matter what's more important. It matters more as what counts as, like, American would be the national federal level when it comes to like what's established for like America for everybody, because like states can be different about laws and stuff. So what some states do doesn't really matter as far as like what's American in general, because it wasn't like all of the states had this religion or all of the states were Christian. Like that's not the case as far as I understand. So if the states do different stuff, but at the national level we all agree about certain concepts, I would say that's probably more like American altogether when we refer to when we try to refer to everybody, and we can't pick and choose and be like, well, this state is this state is that. If we try to refer as American as one entity, that would have to be the federal level, because otherwise, how do we? If the states are if the states do different stuff, how do we pick which state is going to represent the American in general? So yeah, I mean, I don't understand where this is, how this has even really a conversation, especially with how I was saying like Christian nationalism implies like nationalism, nation. So yeah, this is weird. It's obviously bad faith. Yeah, was it the whole like nah thing? Well, like I guess in general he's kind of known for being bad faith in general, but the whole like making the or whatever it was that he was doing, that's such a common thing he does too. Basically, like every debate, he's gonna do something like that at least a few times. I don't understand what people must like it if he keeps doing it, but I don't understand it. She's been bone smashing. Oh, like the look smacking thing. I can't believe some people probably believe that the bone smashing thing is really something that people do. And what a weird thing to spread a rumor about too. Like what an odd thing to claim to do. Why? That's something I don't understand. Oh yeah, apparently Pearl, I got a notification earlier on my phone that Pearl is still doing the whole what's his name? Clavicular and Brett Cooper situation. She's still trying to claim there's something there. Apparently that's what her live was called earlier. I was almost interested in trying to watch and react to that, but this obviously takes precedence. Maybe we'll revisit the Pearl stuff at some point. Erudite is still a man voice. Is that not definitely bone smash? You got me. You got me. I'm only talking it down so the other people don't catch on to this wonderful idea. Can't prove otherwise until 10k subs. Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. Oh no. Now there's gonna be hopes to crush. Welcome back, the Steelman. Nice to see you again. Appropriate. All right.
Oh, no.
They're definitely not.
Let him finish.
Hang on. Not only are they definitely not, but that's where the disconnect is. Here's what's actually happening.
Let him finish? Sorry, what, Brian? He's constantly interrupted her. Where's let her finish?
There was a compromise that was done. The compromise was that there was no possible way that Catholics over here were going to recognize the oaths of Protestants over there. Not if the federal government was making the demand that you had to be X thing in order to swear an oath or do a thing. So what they did instead was they said, what we're going to do is we're not going to implement a nationalized religion. The prospective states instead are going to be able to implement whatever religious institutions that they want. They were perfectly fine with them blending church and state. Yes, perfectly fine with it.
Do you think they preferred it?
Okay, that's not being argued. Like, nobody's arguing that they like prohibited it. Like, what is this constantly repeating this point? I don't understand. At no point did she claim that they prohibited religion on a state level or whatever. Not that I've heard anyway. So maybe I missed something, but he keeps repeating this point like it's supposed to prove something, and I don't understand what it's trying to prove.
It?
Many of them, yes.
So why didn't they write it into the federal constitution?
I don't know how else to explain it. Like I
so you're
actually
just
don't.
saying
I think
I don't even know how to explain it.
Maybe a prompt switch. Maybe a prompt switch. I think we should probably do.
I want to clarify two things. I want to clarify.
Maybe a prompt switch could be good.
Well,
maybe
sure.
maybe
The issue is, I don't know if you want to have a good faith conversation or not. It seems like the answer is no, because in a good faith conversation, we're both trying to understand the most like coherent version of one another's opinions. We're trying to actually understand.
Then why did you just ask me explain it to me when I just explained it to you?
What?
You said, then explain to me why they did that. And I'm like, I just explained to you why they did that.
So again, then I was going to say my next argument against that.
Yeah.
Right? Which is that you're telling me that the founding fathers and all of their intelligence and all of their battling and their ability to do so much, like found America, they couldn't figure out a way to compromise amongst the religions if they actually all dominantly preferred a blending, a church and state blending. They just couldn't
did
figure
find
that
a way
out.
to do that.
So you're saying they actually did do that sneakily through the 10th Amendment.
It wasn't sneakily, it was upfrontally.
Why wouldn't they just write that in the First Amendment? Why would the First Amendment bar the union of church and state?
Because okay.
If they wanted at a federal level, they
federal
could've.
level, what they did was they said, okay, we're not going to implement any religiosity on independent states. We're not going to do that ever.
Why?
Because each independent state gets to have their own religion as part of the compromise that they made with the federal government due to the Articles of Confederation.
Or and
There's no
here's-
or.
Yes,
There's no or.
The or here is the more reasonable assumption. The founding fathers wrote in an explicit separation of church and state at a federal level because that's what they wanted. They understood that when you blend church and state, it corrupts not only the nation, which they had just separated from a corrupted nation that was utilizing statecraft and religion, and they recognized that it also corrupted the religion, which there was many issues with the corrupted religion of the Anglican and then Catholic and then Anglican British church.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay.
What happened, first of all, they had not just done this, okay? They had the Articles of Confederation first. That happened first. And what happened is they were just not able to govern because each state was like a mini kingdom and they wanted their own currency and their own militaries, okay? And so for like the common defense, they wanted to have some sort of federalism in order to do this.
Did they unify under one currency?
That was one of the primary reasons they wanted unification was because of a currency.
So why couldn't they unify under...
Yeah, so what it sounds like is they wanted to have what they wrote in the First Amendment, and it's literally the first thing, but they had to compromise, so they allowed the states to pick for themselves if they wanted their own like state level thing, and not all states did that. So this isn't like everybody in the country is like has to be Christian for like because we established like the whole nation has an establishment of religion and they're just different denominations basically, but the whole country, it has to be Christian because it's a state level like together Christianity and government together. That's how we're doing it, because not all states did that. So you can't say just because like even most states established some sort of religion in some way, it doesn't mean that the whole nation was not like trying to separate church and state. And again, like there are a lot of compromises that were made originally in order to even establish the union that later on, like things like slavery and like it's not like all the ideas that they had up front that they were like, this is how we want it forever. It's like, here's what we want, but here's what we're willing to compromise on for now. And that seems like one of those things, because why else would it be literally the first thing in the First Amendment if that wasn't something that was important to them? I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I could be wrong about that, but it seems like if it's Christian nationalism we're after at the nation level, that's something that the founders were against, at least. And they compromised on the state level, like they compromised on slavery and a bunch of other stuff, like temporarily. Anyway, Shout out definitely not from Andrew. Interesting. Wait, what? She should just dab on. What? I found America. It's over here, you guys. I respect it. I mean, there are lots of beliefs that people find not up to their standards, I guess, or there's lots of beliefs that people hold that other people find kind of whack, I suppose. But I don't mind people who believe. I say that a lot, but I don't know if they're anyone's new here. But while I do appreciate the separation of church or state that we currently enjoy in this country, I absolutely do not want any sort of like ban on religion whatsoever. I think if people want to do it, that's absolutely up to them, and they should certainly be able to, as the First Amendment also specifies. So, if the federal government allowed state religions but did not specify, then Islam should have been allowed. Doubt Angel would be okay with that. But yeah, Islam technically, according to the First Amendment, would have been allowed for a state religion in the beginning, at least, when states were doing it. But yeah, it seems it seems like only one kind of religion was acceptable, I suppose, but unofficially. If Andrew defined Christianity, then I would agree, but Jesus does. The Constitution is overrated. I don't know. It seems kind of important. I like it, but that's just me. Islamic State of Vermont. Oh boy. Founders were made of. You're fun, aren't you? It specifically says the founding fathers never took Islam into consideration. Does he? Oh, did I? Is it during this debate? I feel like Andrew hides his power. I feel like Andrew hides his intelligence level. I like that. I'm a bit cheeky about the Constitution in general, whenever he makes that argument. Oh, okay. He specifically talks about Islam. I haven't heard this one before. I tend to. I don't often watch the more religion-oriented debates just because I don't have as much of a background in it, so I have trouble discerning like if people are lying or stuff like that. So maybe I missed some good stuff at some point, or maybe I just don't remember it. I don't know. But I can't think of one where he specifically said Islam and founding fathers together somehow. I have seen the one that he did, modern day debate 6 versus Islam, where he was basically, his whole argument was that they were marrying cousins and stuff, but I don't think that one went any further than that, really, as far as arguments go. That might be interesting to look into at some point. All right.
Under one religion.
Because what you wanted to have trade between each state,
yeah.
But when you're talking about their religions, this was pan-Protestant, so there was no unification there.
So they were willing to unify on a whole bunch of stuff, but they just couldn't, for the life of them, figure out a way to unify the religions, because they actually did want the church and state to be blended. They wanted the church to have weight and say on statecraft. They just couldn't write it in at the federal level, so they just let states do it.
Well, who's the church?
The church would be the Christian church.
Who?
Christian church.
Who's that?
The Christian church.
Who?
There's multiple branches of it.
Oh, there are?
Yep.
Okay, so because of that, were there multiple branches which had different states they were in?
Probably to some degree, although I imagine a lot of states mostly
Okay, to that point, this is a question I have. I don't know the answer, but the question is, are the different branches of the Protestant sort of sect of Christianity, do the different kinds of Protestant denominations have large enough differences as far as how they would govern? Like, w- are the rules that they would establish so different that they have to basically, like the opposite of separation of church and state would be the church establishing laws and stuff in the nation. So, what are the differences between the different laws that different denominations would be fighting over? Are there things that are different enough on a level that like they would want to like establish as rules in the country that they basically couldn't come together and be like, okay, here's a set of rules, this is what Christianity means to all of us as far as laws go, and they basically have some differences on how they specifically like personally worship or what their personal beliefs on things are. But does do those would those affect the laws? So why that's the question I have. I don't know the answer, but I would like to find out if anybody knows. That would be good to know. But maybe I'll ask ChatGPT at some point later. But I do wanna get a little bit further into this before I get stuck on more things.
We had a lot of everything. I suspect that a
No.
lot of states had
A lot of them had a lot
Protestants.
of one thing.
Really?
Really.
Okay, so there was just like the Quaker state,
I mean, it was mostly brought up like
the
that.
Mormon
yeah.
state, but it didn't.
There was some.
Was there
There
a
was
Mormon
some
state?
delineation, but no. So
Was
the
there a
thing
Mormon
is,
state?
no. So the thing is like, look, when you look at it, because of pan Protestantism, each state independently is going to have their own religion. That had nothing to do with them being able to coordinate trade under one currency.
So say if one of those states happened to be Muslim, do you think that they would have been like, woo, they get to have their own religion? Do you think that would have been okay? Or?
No, I don't think so. No.
So they did want a Christian nation.
Well, no, I think that they were banking on white immigrants not being Muslim.
Sure, but they probably did want a Christian nation, and they had some feelings about the Catholics.
Well, they
and the
really. I
Protestants,
think that
but they recognized that they were more united
I
than
think
say
that they
pagan
just thought
religions.
that most of the immigrants coming in would be Western Europeans, and so not Muslims.
Gotcha. So they had no. So, but say the founding fathers did have an expectation that a branch or a sect of paganism was about to be popularized in America. They'd be okay with the state just being some pagan religion, some Nordic pagan religion that a bunch of these white Europeans were appealing to.
There wasn't. I don't even think that at that time they could have even envisioned
Sure. Hypothetically, though, if there was, would they have been okay with that?
I think that I don't think there would have been a state federal compromise if that was the case.
Oh, interesting. Why?
Because I think that the states would have been like, we're not going to allow a Muslim state.
So the federal government would have imposed a religion on them, except
They wouldn't have imposed a religion necessarily.
wait, they didn't do that. In fact, the federal government explicitly wrote that out.
That would make my point.
That would make my point.
How would it make your point?
Because if the federal government wouldn't be okay with a Muslim government, then they probably should have written in that you have to be a Christian government in some way. They probably could have found something connected amongst all the Christians to ensure
They just did
that
it
the
through
states could be
racialism.
Okay. If that's what you want to
Were they importing a bunch of brown people from Muslim countries when I wasn't looking or
Importing
something?
a bunch of black people for slaves, yeah. And
You
they
mean the
had-
Christians? The ones that they turned into Christians?
A lot of them had pagan religions and African religions that actually a lot of people, so...
And then they put them all in churches and made them convert.
Yeah, forced them to convert.
Yeah.
That worked super great.
Uh, then why wouldn't they? No, I don't know. This one is. I don't know about this one.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
well, whether it worked or not, they still were banking on Christian, yes.
Yeah, they were forcing them in. But
And by the way, they didn't even see blacks as being a people at the time.
You're right. So why? So one of the issues is, for example, they write about this. They don't want, for example, black people voting because some of the states were worried about other religions getting in. Yeah, because a lot of the black people held to pagan religions.
Wait, okay, who wrote?
Yeah. So regardless of the religious aspect on this particular thing, this is another example of something that we started with that they allowed states to do, but is not really how we want our country to be. And again, on the other hand, even if some of them were for it, it seems like the spirit of the document is to be sort of amended to maximum freedom, since that seems like our sort of slogan. Not that it necessarily ended up that way. I think they sort of started going towards more freedom, and then I don't know exactly around which year, probably around the world wars, especially the second one, is when we started losing everything very quickly. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say like exactly these particular people wanted this particular thing for the future. All we have is what they wrote, and it seems like a lot of them disagreed. And especially like what we have is like, besides their journals and stuff, what we have is what they did agree on, is the documents that we govern our country by today. And sure, they have been amended, but most of the amendments have been in the spirit of expanding freedoms, which seems like sort of the spirit of the original documents. And that's kind of where I'm at with that, if that made any sense.
Wrote about this?
I believe.
Freestyle. Maybe I shouldn't freestyle. Is that what we even call that? You know what? Andrew kind of ate. Hey, be nice. She specifically asked about Nordic pagans, and he pivoted to Muslims. Forced conversion is antithetical to Christianity. Yeah, that is... yeah, that goes to the point of him saying, oh, that's why they put them all in churches and stuff. And yeah, if they weren't... If they were enslaved, did they really have a choice or not? That's a good point. Because that's what being like, you would think people who are enslaved in all the other ways, they wouldn't, and they put them in church. It's not really an option. So you can't really say that they had freedom of religion if they were enslaved in all the other ways, which they obviously were. So yeah, I don't really, yeah, they would have had to have been basically forced to convert if they were put into churches, as he says. Which I don't know if that happened or not. I wouldn't be surprised, but I honestly don't know. Yeah, because what else does it mean, put into churches? People who have no freedom. Okay, we have some beef in the chat. Y'all be nice. I'm more of a random anti-realist. Myself. All right.
I believe this would have been in like Connecticut. There was a bunch of issues specifically in Connecticut around suffrage of women and suffrage of black people.
When?
I think like 1818. I don't have it on the top of my head.
So long after what we're talking about?
I think like 30 years after what we're talking
So
about.
long after what we're talking about?
Not real. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
really
Wait,
long
why would
after?
you think that that's not relevant?
Because how would that have any relevancy?
Because the founding fathers at the time obviously would have known that the black slaves had their own pagan religion. Wouldn't they be worried, for example, that the pagan religion spread?
Why would they be worried about the slaves?
They were constantly worried about tyranny of any form. They were constantly worried about select interest groups rising up and taking away power from other people.
And that's why they put in the 3/5 clause.
Okay. Wait, sorry, what are the 3/5 clause? Why don't you tell me?
Well, that's the counting each. If you were a black person, you were counted as 3/5 of the person as far as legislation and stuff. And yeah, I mean...
Was that a pop quiz?
That black people only count as 3/5 of the vote?
Right. Oh, 3/5. I heard a different word. I heard I didn't hear 3/5.
Yeah, problem solved. And they were banking on whites coming in from basically Western European nations.
Right. So they actually were a little bit worried about black pagan tyranny. They just wrote it out of the Constitution.
Well, they were worried about southern states being able to outvote northern states.
They were worried in general. So this goes back to suffrage, right? If you look, for example, at Hamilton's writing of suffrage, which is really important, it's one of the founding documents.
I don't know what the fuck this has to do with what we're talking about.
Voting?
Yeah, what does this have to do with the fact that you still haven't acknowledged that the whole reason that there was this compromise which happened and that the federal government said, from our perspective, we're going to leave this up to the states via the 10th Amendment, is literally because they wanted to allow the states to put in whatever religious institutions
but also
they wanted.
Theoretically, no religious
Except for Islam, right?
Institutions, right? The Federalists.
No, they weren't. They didn't have the purview to tell the states that.
Yeah, so the federal government would have been opposed. Is that what you're saying? They would have actually been.
Yeah, that's actually, now that I think more about it, if it was whatever religion that the states wanted, that would include things like Islam. So that sort of further goes to they wanted to separate church and state, because if they were okay with the states being even as different and even as different as Islam, then at the federal level the separation was even more important. But if they're like, we can't tell the states to be a certain religion, and that includes we can't tell them not to be, I don't know, because on one hand they didn't really have Muslims, so it's something that maybe they thought couldn't happen, but they were definitely trying to future-proof the Constitution as best they could. It's not like they were only writing it for like that day and age. They clearly thought a lot of other things through, so it's not like they couldn't have possibly imagined people immigrating from other countries with Muslims, for instance. So I don't know if they really like just hadn't considered it at all, because they considered a whole lot of other things that were for the future of the nation, and the documents were written in a way as to support a long life as a nation. So yeah, I don't know, that's a tough one. The three fix. All right.
And opposed to a secular state, like a state just got rid of all of the religious clauses that it had. Would that be okay?
Under the purview of the 10th Amendment.
Or did he say fix? I thought it was 3/5 because I know like that's what it is. Or did I say like misspeak it? I don't know. Because that is kind of a fifths is like is kind of an uncomfortable word to say, at least for me.
States could do that.
Yeah, you're right. It's almost like the founding fathers didn't care
or
about.
Did she say that? Now I'm interested. You gotta tell me what you meant by that. I gotta know who fucked up.
About blending church and state. They actually cared about separation of powers. So if you want to ask me about the suffrage stuff, the reason why the suffrage stuff is relevant is because when they were talking about voting is really important as far as like stakeholders. This is what Hamilton and Madison talk a lot about, right? The voter has to be somebody with a high stakeholder in the country. And they were constantly afraid that votes could get utilized in such a way that select interest groups could tyrannize other interest groups, right? Which is why they had lots of separations of power, like the separation of church and state.
Oh, the 3/5 compromise. Is that because that's not a law, it's a compromise? Yeah, you're right, because it was, if it was a law, it would have been like a specific, well, I don't know, was it? Now I have to know. We'll ask the 8-ball. Oh, you know what? Yeah. It was the 3/5 compromise, which, like, yeah, duh. There was no standalone 3/5 law floating around as a separate statute in the Constitution era. Okay. People casually say it, but historically and legally, it's the 3/5 compromise. As soon as he said 3/5, I knew what he was talking about, though. But yeah, it's apparently the 3/5 compromise. I didn't even notice, y'all. Way more about American history than I do. Last time I took American history, I was in high school, so that was a while ago. And that wasn't even my favorite class, so shows shows what I know. Thank you for bringing that up, you guys, because I would not have. I didn't catch that at all. Tree, Trifidi. It was an agreement between free and slave-holding states. No, he didn't pronounce right. Even erudite didn't understand his slurring. Oh, okay. I think I sort of figured out what he was talking about, but yeah, because she said that she didn't understand what he said. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
At the federal level.
He is drinking, I think, beer throughout this whole time, like he usually does.
They cared a lot about.
Maybe that was why.
At the federal level.
You're right.
The thing not in dispute.
Yeah, so when we're talking.
I figured out like what it was because of the context mostly, but yeah, it's possible that.
So the thing that's in dispute here is I'm saying America and the founding fathers wanted a separation of church and state.
At the federal level.
Yep.
That's not surprising.
So what?
I think the federal level is pretty important.
Is
America important? Is America federal?
It's both.
So what matters more when we're talking about like federal policy?
The system completely doesn't work unless you have both state and
Does the federal government have hierarchy over the state?
No.
Yes, on everything that the federal government has decided has hierarchy over the state.
So the federal government has hierarchy over the state. Over everything, the federal government has the powers of hierarchy over the state.
Has decided to have power.
So by that same logic, does the state have hierarchy over the federal government?
No, because if the federal government, for example, decided to overimpose on the state, they would fight it in courts. But technically, the federal government has rule. It's obviously
no. That's not the case. That's not even how the system works. The states, prospectively, can override the federal government on all sorts of issues. When it comes to the 10th Amendment, that's what it's there for. That's the separation of powers you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
what you just said was incoherent. If it's the case that you say the federal government, yes, they have authority over the states based on everything they have the authority over the states with. It's like, sure, but the same thing applies to the state. What you're talking about, when you say more or less important, that's not even a coherent question. That wouldn't even be the same system. It would be a completely different system.
So if the federal government decides to go to war and draft people, can the states do anything about that?
Under current law, I don't think they can.
Okay, gotcha. And if the federal government, for example, decided to send the National Guard into Minnesota, have they been able to do that?
Only to federal buildings, yes.
Well, there's more than that, but yeah.
No, where?
The National Guard has been set in to just control riots generally across like California. I mean, this year.
Only to federal buildings.
I mean, they'd go in.
Really? I guess the National Guard probably would have to be. I was thinking like ICE and stuff like that they sent in. Because ICE is kind of everywhere, as far as I know, and that's not something they wanted either. So for some reason, I was thinking ICE but she said National Guard, didn't she? Because Minnesota doesn't want ICE there either. Can they say no? No, they can't. So I think that might be what she meant.
Into crowds and disperse crowds like outside.
In front of federal buildings.
Okay, gotcha. So the federal government just can actually impose into a state.
On federal property?
In like limited ways, yeah, of course.
Can the federal government go occupy the state building?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about a hierarchy of two things. Number one, the American ethos.
Yeah.
Right? This is where we all started. I was saying the American ethos is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, ingenuity, creation, right? All these things.
Yeah.
And you said, where is that? And I said, well, in the Declaration of Independence is a start, and with the Founding Fathers' value.
No, I didn't say where is it. I said, what is it?
You also said where.
Yeah, what is it?
And okay, I'm not quibbling.
What is the philosophy of it? And you still have
Independence is a start, and with the Founding Fathers' value.
No, I didn't say where is it. I said, what is it?
No. Well, there's more than that, but yeah.
No, where?
The National Guard has been set in to just control riots generally across like California. I mean, this year.
Only to federal buildings.
I mean, they'd go into crowds and disperse crowds like outside.
In front of federal buildings.
Okay, gotcha. So the federal government just can actually impose into a state.
On federal property?
In like limited ways, yeah, of course.
Can the federal government go occupy the state building?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about a hierarchy of two things. Number one, the American ethos.
Yeah.
Right? This is where we all started. I was saying The American ethos is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, ingenuity, creation, right? All these things.
Yeah.
And you said, where is that? And I said, well, in the Declaration of Independence is a start, and with the founding fathers' values.
No, I didn't say where is it. I said what is it.
You also said where.
Yeah, what is it?
And okay, I'm not quibbling.
What is the philosophy of it? And you still haven't told me.
Well, you still haven't told me what an Irish ethos is. Because all these things are circular.
Well, I did.
Well, the liberty is the foundational piece.
Yeah, so you're just referring, so liberalism is just a referent back to a system. And if it's just a referent to a system, and I can change the First Amendment.
Well, liberalism is a
and
system
hang on,
with a
and I can
collection of
change the
values.
system within the confines of liberalism, you shouldn't have an objection. Because if I can change the First Amendment, the only thing you would be appealing to that I shouldn't is not the system, it's just your preference.
Well, I would be appealing to what the American ethos is, yeah. I do not think America...
Which is what?
Free speech is one of them, right? The separation of church and state is a second one of them.
Also, amending the Constitution is one of them.
Yeah, with extremely high bar. And what's amazing is that Americans would probably agree with me that it would be un-American to remove free speech, right?
Unless we go 20 years in the future where they don't.
Those people aren't American.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of what I was saying earlier, there have been amendments, and the few that were, like for instance, the prohibition of alcohol, whichever one that was, things like that are for less freedom. Those have generally been like overturned, so they undid that one. So I think sure the it can be amended. That's absolutely, it can be, and it has been many times. But generally, we have this understanding that sort of the spirit of the documents and the spirit of our country has certain very core values. Like the first handful amendments, the first, I don't know, 5, maybe 10. I don't know again, I don't know all of them, and maybe I should look it up just to be sure. But at least the first 5, maybe even 10, they are like the core ones that I don't see being amended, if that makes sense. Because there are certain things that are simply so America and American that undoing them would be un-American. I think I agree with that. I think I agree that it would be un-American to amend in such a way as to undo the first few amendments, for instance. And it's, yeah, I mean, like, yes, on one hand, it can be amended. On the other hand, the ways in which we amend, if they can't be so drastically different that they basically throw away everything in the previous years of the country and the general direction that we're going. It can't, completely reversing course is not something that I see happening. And if it does happen, then I don't think we would call that American. I think we would call that a hostile takeover of some sort. I don't think that would be American anymore. But that's not an easy one, because it is meant to be amended, but and there's no like rule that says, oh, you can't amend this particular thing. Like, there, as far as I know, there isn't a rule that says, oh, well, this one you can't amend it. But we generally don't, I guess. Not hard, all men are created equal. This used to cause a problem when slaves all freed, specifically in the South, where the YT would have been outvoted by those same people who now outnumbered them. First action. No, my goodness. There's a point later in the debate where you can almost feel him itching to pull out the all-reliable force doctrine. Man, I would not be surprised. He loves that one.
American.
Okay. Do you think that the...
Wait, do you think most people would agree with me that free speech is American?
Right, at this current moment...
I was so surprised that in that last debate from yesterday, somewhere very in the very beginning, like one of the first things that was discussed was him unknowingly debunking force doctrine by trying to like argue with something that she said and disproving her, but really he was disproving his own force doctrine without realizing it. I can't wait to use that one.
Moment,
Do you think most Americans listening would go, of course free speech is American?
At this
and
current
in the
moment,
future,
sure.
40 years from now, if our children don't believe that, they've lost what it means to be America.
Then how come they didn't have the same referent to it 55 years ago?
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, so how come it wasn't, if we're looking just 100 years ago, we're talking about things like the First Amendment,
They didn't
Second
care about free
Amendment,
speech.
various things like this. You could go into a Western town, they could strip you of your guns. That was totally legal. That was a violation of the Second Amendment, right? But the way...
So it was legal.
When you're talking about presentism...
So it was a violation of being America, but they could just physically do it?
Well, at the time, it wasn't ruled as a violation, was it?
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, but do you think it's more American to have access to guns?
I think that when you say more American, it's incoherent, and here's why.
Of course not.
You're just focusing on what do present people within the liberal system think is American.
No, I'm actually
Do you
creating
think in 1800 they thought it was very American to let women vote?
No, probably not.
Okay, do you think that right now that if I asked, do you want to take the right of women away to vote, that people would say that that was un-American?
Yeah, I
okay,
think they would.
Thank you.
Wait, so do you
Thank
think?
you.
Wait, so you're just saying America's nothing? America doesn't mean anything.
From the liberal perspective,
no,
it's
from
just
your
a
perspective.
system.
No, from your perspective, America doesn't
Actually,
mean
you know,
It's just a system. I don't know. A system sounds like an important thing to have, like specifically defined system. Yeah, I mean, I agree that what is considered American when it comes to things like that does change, but it does trend towards more freedom and more say for more people. So in that way, like it's trended towards people of all colors and races having a say, and then women having a say, so all genders having a say. So it does trend towards more and more people having more of a say in the government, and the spirit of it is the spirit of it is to be, I suppose, to have more freedom, even though, like I was saying earlier, since World War II, we've been not doing great about that. But I think a lot of people would agree that a lot of things that Congress has done are un-American, that infringe on people's freedoms. So, yeah, I think what we consider American has been more freedom for more people, if that makes sense.
You know what? I guess from my...
And for that to be suddenly reversed somehow, I think would be completely opposite of what it's been trending towards, which would be a different thing. You wouldn't really call that American anymore.
My perspective too, it is the case that liberalism, that the liberal identity, which is America, is just reduced to systems.
So America doesn't mean anything to you.
I think that it might have.
It's just empty.
If you
it's
had something,
meaningless.
if you had some sort of like cultural glue, or you had some foundational glue, or something that we could appeal to.
There's no distinct American culture that we could point at.
Point to it.
Not just point to, but see it historically.
Point to it.
I did. Life,
Where?
liberty, pursuit of happiness, ingenuity.
Those are slogans.
No, these are foundational values.
Then how is it that if I change, so in England, do they have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness?
I think they don't have those specifically, but they do seem to have adopted a lot of little things like free speech. They have like...
They don't
Yeah, they don't have that.
have free speech.
Okay. I'm not getting into UK
You can go to jail for insulting someone via text message.
Gotcha. So you would say that English people don't value free speech?
I'm just asking if they have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
I said no, they don't.
To be fair, I think a lot of them are unhappy with those kinds of laws, and hopefully they can do something about that. But yeah, I don't think that's a popular thing that they're doing, jailing people for what they say online and stuff like that. So this sort of goes... I don't know why I keep making that sound. I don't mean to do that. I usually don't. I don't know why. But anyway, this sort of goes to show that people who say like something is American can be different from what the government is doing in America. Same as something that is, I don't know what you would say here, British, English, UKian, probably something like English. Something that is English might be different from what the UK is doing, like if they have some laws that aren't English. I don't even know what they say. I'm not English, so something like that. So I think, colloquially speaking, you could have people that are have common beliefs in a certain direction, and the government can be going against that. But if the majority of people are like, oh, this is kind of what this means to us, and this is what's important to us, and we do want government doing this, we don't want government doing that. Governments, especially lately, have been very naughty and haven't been sort of doing what they say they're going to do when they get elected. So they've been going against what the people want a lot of times. So that's kind of the difference there. What's the culture glue? Well, what's the culture glue? What's the culture glue? What's the culture glue? Is that something there that I think I might have missed something about that? I think I missed that. 3/5. They could have just changed one word all. They didn't though, so rather than run from that, give them credit for accepting that was a no. I'm confused. Okay, I'm confused about that one.
They probably have different
Is
versions
America
of it.
the only place that has life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?
No, I think lots of cultures can have
Which
overlapping
ones?
values.
Which ones?
I mean, the same way that you just said that the Irish ethos
Just tell me which one. No, you stop. Answer my question. Which one?
No, I'm going to answer your question. I am
it.
going to answer your question, but I'm going to answer the question the way that I would like to.
You're not going to answer it.
Do you just want to have
This is so annoying when he does this shit.
temper tantrum after
I
temper
want you to
tantrum?
answer the question I'm asking.
Okay, I'm going to answer your question, and then I'm going to have a meta conversation with you, because I thought that we were going to have a good faith conversation, because it's crazy. My favorite debate that I've ever had was with you. When
Where you imposed a bunch of rules in the hallway?
The one where we said, would you agree to being good faith? And you said yes.
Yeah. So it's funny.
So you're just agreeing that you're being bad faith with me now?
Brian, Brian was there. That's not how the conversation went.
I said specifically that I was concerned about you making personal attacks about my husband, and that
which
you
I
are
didn't
not
do.
going to be good faith.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's funny about that. I went back and reviewed that conversation, right? It was no different than what I'm having with you right now. The
It's
only
completely
difference is that I'm
different.
actually holding you to the things you say.
No, the difference is that so for people who are unaware when I say bad faith, I just want to be clear.
Forget the answer the question. You obfuscated.
No, I'm going to say
you're not
the
going to answer it.
I will answer it afterwards.
You're just not going to answer
Write
it,
it down.
period.
No, write it down.
Just answer the fucking question.
No, write it down and I'll answer it.
This is so annoying when he does this, because when people ask him something and he chooses not to answer, or he chooses to answer in his own way, or he completely flips things around and asks them a question instead, or changes the topic, or whatever it is that he does when asked a question that he doesn't want to answer because it would somehow make his position crumble or something, or somehow not be in his favor. But when he demands other people answer a question and they want to do it in their own way, or they want to do something else first, he does not give them that same grace that he demands for himself. And this like demand, answer the question, that is so annoying. Like, people are going to answer the way they want to answer. Who the hell are you to tell them, like, to demand they do something a certain way? Like, you don't own them. It's so creepy that he does that. And some debates he does that way worse than others. Some of them are like very well, like that, very like answer the question, like yelling about that and demanding and being a complete baby about it and throwing tantrums in like a scary, demanding way. So yeah, some are worse than others. I don't know exactly what it is that triggers him to be worse than some than others, but I find it creepy and bad. It's super icky, y'all. It's so icky.
Afterwards, you can be an adult.
What's the culture glue? Yeah, what is the culture glue? Why is everybody saying that? What is it? What is it, y'all? I don't know. Why am I saying y'all again? What is the culture glue? I'm confused. Here it is again. What does it mean? Help me understand. We're the culture glue. What? I don't understand. She doesn't let him get away with any of his stick. Yeah, I appreciate that about her. I think the that's I expected this to be different from the last one yesterday. That lady was very like she wasn't kind of standing her ground at all. She was very submissive the whole time, and it was a sad little beatdown. It was like, yeah, two dudes beating. What did I say? Something about beating down a puppy or something. Yeah, it was sad. But I expected Natsurodite to sort of hold her own because I saw her in previous debates on whatever, like the one with Jay Dyer and Jim Bob. She seemed to stand her ground, which I appreciate, because often, especially women, tend to be a lot more submissive, and they sort of take his shit, and she seems to take no shits, which is nice to see once in a while.
We can
Good
do
faith?
this.
Is that good faith?
Yeah, it is good faith.
It is good faith.
Yeah,
of
I said I
course.
will answer your question afterwards. Write it down.
Just where else do they have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?
I imagine lots of countries
Where?
value things like liberty. I think most Western liberal democracies value liberty, for example.
So Western liberal democracies have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?
I didn't say life, liberty, and pursuit. I said liberty. In
So
this case.
I didn't ask you about liberty. I asked you about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. What other nations have that?
For example, so they wouldn't have the exact language, but liberty is held by most Western liberal democracies. Life, for example, is also in some version of the way that they would describe it, also valued by most Western liberal democracies, because America's so great, we kind of set the tone of what the ethos of a Western liberal democracy generally looks like. In the same way, for example, that you said the ethos between Ireland and Spain is both Catholic, and then they're different culture. You're doing this
groups.
like, so when here's
But
the
again,
sneaky
back
thing.
to this.
Nope.
I want to finish.
No,
The thing
I
is
said I
you
was
didn't
gonna have
actually
the-
tell me if all Western
on.
nations
Did I
have
not
life,
just
liberty.
answer your question?
No. If you say
Yes, I
all
did.
countries have, because
I
this
didn't
is a
say all
contradiction.
countries. I did not say all
all
countries.
Western.
I said most Western liberal democracies
Okay,
share some
just
version
give me
of these
one.
values.
Give me one
I
name.
said Canada.
Okay, Canada has life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Do they have free
No,
speech?
I said liberty.
Which I want a country that has life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
I didn't say that every single country shares every
Does
single
any
cultural
country
value.
share that?
Yeah.
Which one?
So in the case of liberty,
No, all of them together.
no, all of them together in the way that it's phrased is a uniquely American thing.
So, so just
Yeah,
to make
you
sure,
like that answer, did you?
I just want to make sure I got this right. Only in America can you pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of
That's
happiness.
not what I said, and you know that that's
Then
not what I'm saying.
where else
Okay,
can you do it?
Now we're going to have the conversation about good faith versus bad
great.
faith. So one of the things that has to happen when you have a good faith conversation is you have to actually try to understand the person.
You
so
can
for
lecture
example,
the chair. I'm going to go off a smoke.
Wait.
perfect. Actually,
Why am I not surprised?
that's even better.
Really quick, let me let the two super TTS come through while we have you. All right, guys. We have Hail Pope. Thank you.
Hail Pope donated $200. It's Lent, so I'll be nice. She's confusing the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed, which would also be wrong. Neither of those were unanimously accepted by the founders or their states' populations.
Me when I make things up, I guess. Good job, Hail Pope.
Hail Pope, thanks for your message. We have one more coming through here. Give me just one moment. Guys, if you want to get a TTS in,
He's got to be double.
coming cost. Do you want to get a, there it is. Thank you.
Not construct with an smoking increases the risk of lung disease and premature death.
I did not.
That's just a racial attack.
Lung disease through Rachel Wilson.
Back of
God
Rachel.
is a social construct with an
.com/whatever, $199 TTS. There it is. Thank you.
Not Professor Dave donated $200. Two truths,
that's
one
an
lie.
attack of
God
Rachel.
is a social construct with an
That's an attack of
unverifiable
Rachel.
existence, ran through Rachel.
Why does he say it like that? What is he supposed to like stop playing it or something? It's an attack of Rachel. It's an attack of Rachel. So what? She's a public figure. She's like there in the chat attacking the guest on like what? So what? Oh my goodness. Two truths, one lie.
Rachel Wilson has a double-digit body count. Smoking increases the risk of lung disease and premature death.
I missed that one. I got distracted by him crying about it. God is a social construct. Oh, it's two truths, one lie. One of these is a lie. God is a social construct. I wonder if that's the one they meant. With an unverifiable existence. Ran through Rachel Wilson has a double-digit body count. And the third one is smoking increases the risk of lung disease and premature death. I'm assuming they meant the one lie is the God one. I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think? Which one's the lie? But yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna comment further, but you know, don't talk shit about my wife. He's like sniz. Sniz liquor. So didn't he say sniz liquor like it was supposed to be like sniz is gross, or like licking sniz is gross? We all know why Rachel is so cranky all the time. I still can't believe he's like sniz. What the hell is that? Who calls it that? Although we all know what he meant by that, even though that's not a word that is used. I think by the context, people sort of understand what that was supposed to mean. But yeah, oddly enough, we all understood what he meant by that. But Cookie to see his grandpas are fair game. Yeah, it's a Rachel attack. It's an attack on Rachel.
Did not.
That's just a Rachel attack.
Guys,
Rude,
don't be
Professor
rude to Rachel
Dave.
Wilson, okay?
Rude, Professor Dave. I'm sorry. I didn't read it first.
Oh, what? So he has to pre-read all of the things, and if they happen to be mean to Rachel, they're not going to play it. I wonder how many more they get that really are mean to Rachel or whatever that we don't see. I do wonder. Although on this show, it's unlikely that somebody would be watching it and spending that much money to shit on Rachel, because most of these people are like Andrew Simps, but you never know. I mean, there was one there. So I do wonder if there's more we're not seeing. No, it's an internal critique. Oh, jeez. For all of those stupid people who are gonna clip this, it is an internal critique, you guys. Internal critique. I'm doing an internal critique. I can do voices too. Since that's like the cool adult thing to do. And I bet that's like, you know, like I can't afford Debate University. I'm too poor for Debate University, so I have to kind of learn from what I see, and I'm seeing him do the voices, and that must be how people debate. So I'm getting my practice in. I'm getting my weird voices practice in for improving my debate skills.
That's between you and him.
Can I have a smoke now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
We can talk a little bit about good faith versus bad faith. Are you done your TTS?
You want? Yeah, we're all done.
I'm going to talk to the crowd. I mean, I can talk to you too. So one of the things that you're seeing me get frustrated by is that typically when you have good faith engagement, which the previous debate that we had with Andrew, that was one of the requirements that I talked about. Specifically, I was like, I don't really want to just do a debate with somebody who's just bad faith for like 6 hours straight. It's not super enjoyable. Mm-hmm. So when we say good faith, I just want to be clear. When I say somebody's bad faith or good faith, it's not like moral condemnations. People are bad faith all the time. I'm bad faith some of the time. He's bad faith some of the time. But good faith typically means you're trying to hear the genuine version or what's reasonable to conclude from what they're saying, and grant some of their presumptions to build out whether or not that idea has flesh or not. So what happens though is that Andrew Wilson will often do this technique where he'll kind of straw man and pillory over like a couple of unique words and then refuse to actually understand what I'm saying, right? So the obvious argument that I'm saying is, wouldn't it make more sense? It seems a little funny.
I don't know if it's fair. He can't respond.
He said I got to do it when I want. He said I don't want to do this. I'm going to walk away. Right. So when I say, for example, in the case of states versus federal, he's saying, well, the federal government did want church and state to be united. They just couldn't write it in because they couldn't find a unifying clause of faith. Mm-hmm. That's what he's saying. And therefore, they allowed it in through allowing states to make decisions. But the 10th Amendment doesn't say states should make a religion. It just allowed them to, because at the time that the Constitution was written, almost all states had a religious clause for holding office. The issue is that if the federal government wanted, which is absolutely America, wanted to establish some sort of you don't want to be on screen when I say this, right? I said you don't want to be on screen when I say this, hey?
What do you mean?
Oh, you just swapped it over.
It's just a better angle.
Okay. When there's a reasonable argument here to be made of, what did the founding fathers intend? What was their actual vision and principle? Because I think it's a pretty good principle. And if their principle was they actually wanted no separation of church and state, they would have found a way to write it into the original Constitution, even at a federal level. But they didn't. In fact, not only did they not, they explicitly wrote it out. So just because they allowed states to continue the practice that they rejected at a federal level is not them saying, we want church and state to be united. They said explicitly in both this document and at multiple points throughout the Declaration of Independence, especially the original version that TJ wrote, that there is a strong intention of separation of church and state. This is talked about in the Federalist Papers. This is something valued by many religious people, and part of why so many religious people majority of whom were founding fathers that signed this and agreed to the separation of church and state, is because they had seen what happened in England. They saw the erasure not just of the state, but also of the faith in the bonding of these two things, which is bad. It's bad for the religion and it's bad for the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. I just wanted to say, Rachel Wilson, if you're watching, I'm very sorry. I apologize for letting that TTS go through.
Really? What?
Usually, if there's something that's overly insulting to one of the guests, I will hide it. But
That wasn't insulting. I guess if it's insulting, it's insulting to Wilson because he's one of the guests, and it's like, you can't insult my wife.
that was a mistake. I didn't read the whole thing. I got baited. I read the first sentence. I was like, oh, it's probably pertinent to the discussion. Rachel, if you're watching, sorry, let that one come through. I'll have to. Andrew is back.
Yeah, I guess I do wonder how many we don't see. I think because she's not there to defend herself, or well, hang on a minute. She can always call in anytime she wants and yell at whoever Andrew is debating. So I wouldn't be worried about that. Plus, she's in the chat. I mean, we saw her earlier shitting on Not So Erudite in the chat. So yeah, she's there to defend herself. Don't worry about that. But can't burn the Crucible Bridge. Yeah, you gotta suck up to the Wilsons, because he does make it is he gets a lot of views and obviously ad money and super chats and stuff every time he gets Andrew on. But he never hides when they insult the OF girls. Yeah, he lets those come through for sure. So his whole if it's overly insulting to one of the guests, he loves it when they insult, and it's anytime they do a panel with all of those female guests that aren't the Wilsons, and he loves to play it for them and be like, what do you want to say to that? Do you have anything to say to that? Do you want to respond to that? You want to respond to this thing random asshole said? Yeah, shit like that is stuff that he lets through for all of the women on the panel. That's a good point. Things basically exactly like that I have seen him read, or the thing read out, the TTS stuff read. That's not that's not something he does for all of the guests. Maybe if it's something that's if it's something racist, or if it's something that would get his YouTube channel taken down. But that's just him looking out for the channel, not him looking out for any of the guests. But anything that's not against TOS, he certainly lets through for the women that aren't Rachel.
Andrew's back.
Yeah, why is there confusion? I take smoke breaks every single day.
What do you mean confusion?
There's no confusion.
I'm not confused. Oh, what do you mean? I was saying apologies for letting that TTS come through.
Oh. Yeah, he's apologizing.
He's gonna apologize again. Oh my goodness, what a simp.
To you for the TTS coming through.
I didn't read it. I read the first sentence.
Brian is the biggest Wilson simp of them all.
Sounds like it's probably fun.
Whatever.
I apologize. So sorry, Rachel. Guys, W's in the chat for Rachel. Shall we switch prompts, or do you guys want to continue? We've been on it for an hour and 30 minutes.
No, we can go
at
to
this
the
point.
next
Let me read you, at least before if you do choose to dive in, the other prompts that we do have. Modern liberal values are not compatible with Christianity. Another prompt, secular states are destined to likely revert back to religiously informed governments because atheists have no moral basis for which to govern. And then the other prompt, Christians should attempt to maintain political power in the U.S. and rule through Christian ethics as it is the superior system, which maybe we talked a bit about from the first prompt.
I think that's what the prompts are a little bit slidey between them all, because they're decently related.
Interrelated, yes.
Yeah, but I'm happy to pick up wherever Andrew would like to pick up.
Andrew, do you have any insight on
whichever one you want to go with?
It's up to you, boss.
Let's do modern liberal values are not compatible with Christianity.
Oh, we're going to the last one? Okay.
Yeah. Well, sure. I mean, if you guys have a preference over something
that one's fine with me.
Sure.
So there are no Christian values in modern liberalism. It's just an appeal to a system.
Sure, but the system doesn't have to be. So my argument basically say, I don't think that Christian rule should be utilized as statecraft. I think separation of church and state is one of the most fundamentally important things, not just for a state, but more so for a Christian.
That's an ought claim, you agree?
Sure.
Okay, were you deriving that ought?
From my faith.
So your faith tells you that Christians should be liberal?
No, I said that the separation of church and state.
So your Christian values tell you that Christians should not be in charge of states?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you think that Christians who were in charge of states before were wrong?
Yeah.
You do? Mm-hmm. Okay, which ones?
All of the ones that came after Jesus and did it.
So you think that historically they just got it all wrong?
Yeah, I think that like if you look, for example, at like we can get into the typological.
What is that supposed to be like? Oh, historically they got it all wrong. Like historically people have never gotten anything wrong. I would say historically, from our perspective now, historically people have gotten quite a bit wrong and quite a bit of important things wrong, especially now. I would say we have why do I keep making that sound? I don't know why I keep doing it tonight. Every night I have a thing that I do, and I suppose that's a thing tonight. I apologize for that. I don't know why I keep doing it. I keep doing it. Oh my goodness, I can't stop. I need to put myself in timeout. I would say from our perspective today, we value things like freedom, like I mentioned earlier, and a lot of things, especially things like slavery that were accepted in the past by basically all nations until somewhat recently, as far as human history goes. I would say quite a bit of important stuff we would say historically nations did wrong, including slavery, including more limits on freedom than we have. And the way they're ruled, like, I know some people now would disagree, but we generally, I would say most Americans think that rule by kings and queens is not the right way to go now. So, from our perspective today, it's not weird to say that most of the people before have gotten things wrong as far as governance. Well, I don't know what he says it like, oh well, all of these people must have gotten it wrong, huh? Like look at how many there were before, and all of them, like that's supposed to mean something, but yeah. W's in the chat is sniffing out if she's a heretic, like that dastardly Nella, right? All right.
Argument here, but if you look at like all of the history of the Bible, for example, what we see over time is when we go from the Old Testament to a New Testament, and for those, because I'm not trying to do a pop quiz, just for those who are listening that don't know what a typological, it's just like a type. We're looking at types typically from Old Testament to New Testament. It's a pretty standard like apologetics or a theological argument that gets made. So when you look, for example, through the Old Testament, we have multiple periods that I'm sure you would agree to: judges, kings, priests. Agreed? Mm-hmm. Okay. So what we see is basically a high blending of statecraft and faith that gets reduced over time with the final answer of Jesus, who actually actively and aggressively rejects statehood, rejects politics, and rejects any kingmanship. In fact, that's a large reason, not the only reason, but a large reason why the Jews felt that he was not the Messiah, is because they didn't see a physical, political kingdom unifying the northern and southern kingdoms.
Okay, so back to the ought claim. Christians ought not be in charge of governments and government systems?
It depends on what you mean when you're saying that.
Well, you said that that Christians ought not do that, right?
I don't think that Christians should try to push for a blending of church and state.
Okay, and does state need to be a nation?
When I say state, I mean a nation.
So how come it's only at the national level?
Well, it would be at this, I guess, when I say nation, I guess I should say governmental level. I don't want, and when I say this, I don't mean that Christians can't be a government official. Christians should not impose Christian ethics into
tribes?
Rule of law. I don't know. I haven't thought about tribes.
But there's governments, right?
Not really. Not like meaningful.
Why is that not meaningful?
I would not say that anyone who's like a political philosopher would look at a tribe and call that a government. Usually when we mean government, we mean post the invention of the nation state.
What about a nation city?
Yeah, nation state.
That's not, well, a nation city, let's say. The city itself.
What's a nation city? I've heard of nation state. I haven't heard of nation city. Is that a thing? I mean, it could be. I never heard of it. I don't know what that is. Nation city like Vatican. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Nation city isn't a standard academic term. People almost always mean city state. Okay, I have heard city state. I haven't heard nation city. I have heard city state and I have heard nation state. Like I have heard those words. I haven't heard nation city. That doesn't, yeah. Maybe he meant city state and said nation city. Maybe that's the case, but like it sounds like that makes sense as city state like Vatican, but it, it's like backwards. I don't know. What does NSC consider a neutral good? What does NSC stand for? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm too dumb for some of your comments for examination. you gotta dumb it down for me a little bit, I swear. I think he means city state. Yeah, it must mean it has to mean city state because I don't know what else it could be. Yeah, I've never heard someone say nation city. I feel like when I hear him referencing tribes, he's hinting at right versus left in a political sense. Not so erudite. Oh, okay. NSC for not so erudite. Okay, yeah. I told you I'm too dumb for this. I'm too dumb for some of the comments. No stupid embellishments. Yeah, that's an option. Thank you guys.
Like a formalized Roman, like to some degree, like if there's a formalized actual government, not just like a tribe, then sure, potentially. But again, I would need to know what we're talking about here. I need like more specific examples.
Like you have a city that has 100,000 people in it, and they have a government there, right? That government should not mix church and state.
Yeah, they shouldn't rule with Christian ethics as a thing that makes laws.
Okay, what should they rule with?
Consensus, because I like democracy.
Consensus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And more importantly, laws have to be what works.
And what happens when the consensus says kill babies?
Well, that would be against like what works, right?
No.
Yeah, a nation is not going to work very well if they kill other babies.
A nation would work just fine if they kill other people's babies.
No, because that nation would be then a target for probably war, not just from that nation, but probably neighboring nations, because it seems like in general, most people have this emergent value of not killing babies.
Okay, I don't understand. Let's say that for like 100 years, a nation kills every third baby that comes up in the nation. It's like overpopulated, so they just take a rock and bash its fucking brains in. I don't...
What the hell? Why did he have to be so graphic about it? I don't understand. I think the point would have been just as extreme without the graphic descriptions. I don't understand what that was for, but yeah, that would obviously not work because that's basically everybody would be at risk of it being their baby, and people generally don't want that done to their children. So, like at any point, like yours could be the third one. That I don't see how anybody would be for that. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. It doesn't. What I'm getting at is if she calls herself a Christian but doesn't want Christian ethics to be the basis for law, what is her moral compass for law? Um. That's a good question, but I also it's not unique to her. I have heard of many Christians that support the separation of church and state, which is what she's advocating for. I don't know if she specifically said that you can't use, she's like against using Christian ethics in general to sort of guide lawmakers like on a personal level. I don't remember her advocating against that. I might have missed it. I really could have. That's I'm not saying she didn't, but I don't remember that part. But it could have been there. That could have been the case. In which case, I don't know. That would be a little weird. But there are a lot of people that are for the separation of church and state, where they don't want like a religion established that has to that like, oh, you have to be Christian in order to even be in government and things like that. So yeah, I wonder exactly where she draws the line, but there are different definitions for like he defines Christian nationalism in a very weird way, as kind of like what you said about using Christian ethics to guide creation of laws and things like that, which I don't think is Christian nationalism, because that's already something that we have. So if he's advocating for something to be different like that, that we already have that. So it has to be something more than that. What? I'm not sure if she goes into that in this debate, but I'm sure she's mentioned it somewhere else, maybe on live stream or something. It's possible. Absolutely is possible. The Aztecs would sacrifice tens of thousands in a day sometimes. That sounds like a lot. I don't know if that's the case, but that's that's not something that's around anymore, and that's not like killing every third baby or whatever. So sacrificing in general is something that nobody does anymore, because we decided that doesn't work. If that's something that worked, we would still be doing it. What ethics would build the constitution from which you would start your democratic process from? Oh, like in general? Is that something he asked her, or is that like a question for me? Because that's a tough one. I don't know if that's something that is meant for is that something that he asked her and she didn't answer, or she answered in a way that we're meant to think that maybe we'll discuss it on tomorrow's or this weekend or sometime, whenever it is that is good for you thing. I'm sure Andrew will try to push her on moral grounding at some point. Yeah, that's guaranteed. And that's a tough one. And I'm sure she's prepared for that, because like she knows how he usually debates. But that's a tough one. Like, what at some point everybody does basically like something that he always argues, and no matter who it is, he's going to be like, oh, well, what do you ground your morality in, or whatever? What is the overall well, something to that effect, basically. Well, how do you ground your morality? How do you ground this? How do you ground that? And eventually he will keep saying, well, how do you ground that? How do you ground that? And eventually everybody has to say that they prefer it. And it he is not saying God or saying like Christianity or religion in general or anything to that effect is not an exception from that. He also at some point has to say that he prefers that. He prefers to believe in God. He prefers to adhere to this particular religion. That's something that he prefers to do. And other people prefer to align for other reasons. And it's not like they don't have reasons, but eventually, if you ask for somebody to ground something all the way down to the core, it's because somebody prefers it. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That applies to everybody. That is not, you can't get around that by saying God or whatever. That's for every single person, no matter what sort of worldview or whatever they hold. Eventually, at some point, they will have to say, because I prefer it. And he treats that as some sort of gotcha, as if to him that doesn't apply to him or something, when yes, it does, because it applies to everybody. Every single worldview, every single ethical, everything. It eventually comes down to, well, I prefer this. That's why. Anyway, I'm saying for... Oh, I know what NSC means now. I know what that means now. For not so erudite, before consensus is the rule of the day, some select people have to write a constitution first. I doubt there was an entire constitution built by popular vote and referenda. Okay, I see what you mean. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a secret that many of the people during that time were religious, and generally that is sort of a way to guide your moral compass, and that is something that they kept in mind as they wrote this thing together. But I would say that Christianity being the source for some of those things isn't... A lot of people treat it as, because it's Christianity, it can't be secular. But how do I put this? Basically, Christianity also got those things from somewhere. It's not like that's the first way of doing morals in this way, and the particular ways that are described in the Bible as things that are morally right, those were things that were, a lot of them, already thought of as morally right before the Bible was put together. So it's not like Christianity started those morals. It's more like it might have like written them down in a new way, defined them in a new pattern, put them together in a new way. But a lot of those things people were already treating as the right moral way to do things, I suppose. Not everything, but a lot of them. So at their core, I think morals are not necessarily I don't think it's necessarily that morals are grounded in Christianity, even for, like, at the very core. I think eventually there is something about people that over time we sort of instinctively found the best ways to treat other people, where we all are able to work together, because working together is our strength as a species. And those things found their way into different religions and different laws, because there were laws before Christianity too, like I think the Hammurabi's Code and things like that. There were all kinds of different things before that. It's not like Christianity started morality in general. So that's sort of where my thoughts are on that. Not that anybody asks specifically for my thoughts, but that's kind of where I'm at with that. So I don't know what specifically Not So Erudite thinks about that, because I think I might have missed where that was discussed here. But that's kind of where I'm at with that. And I think I sort of took that further than I was meant to, so sorry for babbling. I apologize. This isn't really something that a lot of people think through, and isn't really something I took a lot of time to think through either. It's sort of that's sort of how I reason it down. If I were to do this thing where, oh well, how do you ground that? How do you ground that? And eventually something comes from somewhere, and I don't think the very bottom of that well is Christianity. I think it goes further down, basically. I hope that made sense. I hope that wasn't completely all over the place, which I'm kind of starting to think it was. You know what? I'm just going to play this and we're going to move past it. Problem solved.
Sure, we have China as an example.
How's that not working?
It seems like it was really, really bad for China. It seems like it was really bad for the fact that people don't like seeing dead babies skewered everywhere. It seems like it crushed their population.
As long as the nation, though, consents to that.
Well, it's not just about what the nation consents to. Like,
yes, you said, and your exact words, I wrote them down.
I don't see why or how they would consent to that. Again, that's basically putting everybody's kids at risk. Why would anybody want that? That's not how people work. People don't work like that. That's not... I don't see that happening.
They should rule via consent, because I like consent.
I think she said consensus, not consent.
Because I like
Which I understand is similar, but...
democracy.
Yeah. So when I say rule by consent, that doesn't mean that states craftsmen.
Again, she said consensus, so it's interesting that maybe she sort of just mirrored what he said there, but she definitely said consensus, not consent. Again, similar, not the same.
Aren't imposing laws that are reasonable and work, right? The law is about like what makes a state work.
Yeah, but there's no contradiction in how the state would not work if they killed every third child.
How would that state logistically work? I feel like that state
It would work fine. They just do it all.
That would not work fine. Everybody would literally be in fear constantly for their child being murdered viciously. How? That doesn't work. No.
All the time. They used to sacrifice children all the time inside of Rome, inside of many states.
Sure, but
and it worked just fine.
Well, not really. Like
yes.
And it wasn't like every third child was sacrificed, even when they did have those things. But again, that's not something we do today. So clearly, if it was something that worked so well, wouldn't we still be doing that?
Really?
Well, I would argue a lot of the where are those nation states?
That's a good point. You know what? I'll just let her talk because this is obviously like a dumb question.
They lasted a lot longer than America, some of them.
Where are they?
Well,
they died.
Are you saying that? So that's a fallacious argument.
It's not fallacious.
You saying because this didn't continue in perpetuity, that means it didn't work? I could just say, well, don't you agree that America as it exists right now is not going to exist in perpetuity? Therefore, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Probably because there are theoretically and hopefully there'll be better systems that emerge.
Okay, so then it doesn't work?
By and large, no. Not by what I mean.
What? Okay, so I just want to make sure. What?
So Rome didn't fall, right, just because of one thing. But when we look at, for example, a nation that kills every third
Can
baby.
you grab me another beer while you're up?
This probably wouldn't work for a number of reasons. Number one, citizens don't like killing their babies.
But if they did.
They don't.
Yeah, but if they did.
But they don't. This is something that so many of his arguments in general rely on hypotheticals that are so extremely unlikely to happen as to be basically near impossible. So if your arguments rely on a hypothetical that is so extremely unlikely that it is practically impossible, then the argument has no feet. It doesn't have anything to stand on. Yeah, but if they did, though. Exactly. No offense, but hearing a woman talk about the history of Rome is pretty funny, like she does. I think it was Andrew that was talking about the history of... Maybe I got it wrong.
They don't.
Yeah, but if they did.
What person enjoys...
Oh, because she said Rome fell, and he was the one that said that people were... I thought he was the one that said that people were sacrificing children and stuff in Rome or whatever. You know what? I don't remember anymore. But okay.
Killing their
like
babies.
a pagan nation, let's say.
I would basically argue that they don't enjoy killing their babies either. Usually, like even when you look at pagan nations where babies are killed, right? Oftentimes, when you can find evidence for it, the mother of that child, for example, or the father of that child are completely opposed to it. It's usually forced upon them, right? They don't enjoy it necessarily. And usually the child sacrifice was occurring.
But if there's consensus, what grounds would you oppose the consensus?
What makes the state work best for most of the people?
How would there be consensus if every third child is at risk for being killed? That you mathematically don't get consensus. Like, what are you talking about? Tried tuning into this twice. It's just a slog. What is a slog? I mean, I sort of understand from context, but I've never heard that term before. Sounds like something somebody English would say. Or British would say. Is it British or English? You know what? I don't know. They sacrificed kids all the time and they were fine, was his point. I don't know if that's fine and really all the time. I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah,
That's
and most of
typically
the
how we make
people
laws.
have now given you consensus that this is working best for us.
You can't give consensus that this is working for us. We actually have to look at like material like outcomes, right? So for example, how we know that America's law system works pretty well, although there are problems, is the fact that our military is the strongest. We have the
He said it, really? That doesn't sound right to me. That's crazy. Sacrificing kids all the time and they were fine? And his hypothetical is like every third child is killed. Like, that just mathematically doesn't work. And I don't see how a nation like that would be fine. And that's not something... I'm having a hard time believing that's something that ever happened to that extent. I'm having trouble picturing it.
the most amount of scientific output, which is
Not that it's completely logically impossible, but practically impossible. Like a state like that doesn't survive forever.
awesome, right? That we are the number one currency in the world, the largest like thing. So we know, okay, the system that we consensually kind of erected around, for the most part, works pretty well. It's a pretty competitive system.
Okay, but that's post hoc. Do you agree with me that it takes time for you to gather data on a system which is implemented?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So
that's why we've seen over history things look different,
so for
right?
5 years, we have a consensus that we kill every third baby, and the people go along with it, and they adore it. They think it's great. We don't have the data to show them how wrong-headed they are yet.
I don't think that would emerge.
So
That is, again, logically, sure, possible, but it would have to be like everybody in that country is somehow mentally damaged that they think this is a good way to go or something, which could, I guess, potentially logically happen. Maybe on a mass scale, they get poisoned somehow with some sort of gas that makes their brains scrambled. I don't know. Sure, logically that could happen and that's possible, but I wouldn't say that they're doing well. I wouldn't call that success. I wouldn't call that working. Like, that's not working to me. So, no, sorry. Sorry, Andrew. It's a hypothetical to test your logic. Sure. Again, the hypothetical has, if it's practically impossible, then it doesn't mean a whole lot.
okay, but it has emerged.
I think it's...
But it has.
No, it has not.
Yes, it definitely has. There's definitely been many nations where they kill their children, including China. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But it didn't work.
What?
In fact, one of the...
Yeah, that's post hoc. That's you post hoc saying
that's
it didn't
typically...
work after the fact. We're talking about...
Let me guess. Somebody is gonna be like, "Oh, how would you feel if you ate breakfast this morning?"
That's how you develop statecraft.
In the fact, though, when it's happening,
Yeah.
What are you appealing to oppose it?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Oh, me personally, well, I'm a divine command theorist. I would say that murdering babies is wrong.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So the consensus would be wrong.
Against my morals, yeah.
Okay, so you hold a form of dualism.
No, it would be relativism.
Well, not really.
Not relativism. It's relativistic. It's probably the right word.
Relativistic, perhaps, but this sounds like dual ethics.
No, it's just relative.
Why?
It's just relativistic.
Well, why is consensus good?
It's not ontologically good.
Okay, good.
I think it makes the most. I think for the most part. Well, I can answer you.
All right.
Breathe. You're going to be okay. So for the most part, I think that, for example, consensus is good because it's worked. I think it's worked insofar as America mostly has a democratic consensus type system, which has worked pretty damn well. I think the world outside is pretty good. There are a lot of problems that people will point to, but I think America overall is a pretty good nation. I think most Western liberal democracies are better than we've ever developed at any time in history.
So the grounds that you would oppose a consensus of killing every third baby would be Christian ethics, right?
Well, it would probably be multiple things, yeah, that I would appeal to. Like I would use multiple evidences for it.
Well,
the reason I personally wouldn't kill babies is because I think it's wrong to murder babies.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you think it's wrong to murder babies?
But if there was a consensus, well, yeah, of course. But if there was a consensus, you said that's the thing that we should run things by consensus.
That might become state law, but I'm saying to you, I think that would fall out of state law very quickly, and I would probably be a person who would advocate strongly against that state law, because not all state laws are moral.
Based on your morality.
To some degree, but I wouldn't be imposing my morality.
What if the consensus is that you're not allowed to oppose the consensus?
Like an authoritarian regime?
Well, no, that wouldn't be authoritarian. That would be democratic.
How so?
Because you can democratically vote in laws which are oppressive.
Sorry, so I feel like you're just making something into democracy that doesn't exist. Could you explain it more?
Yeah. If everybody votes tomorrow in a democracy that Kyla can never say another fucking word or else, I don't know, she gets beat to death with a rock.
I would have due process.
Okay, well, the thing is
and I could argue free speech that violates my amendment.
Hang on, you didn't say.
Sure, if there's some kind of like pure democracy, excuse me, any sort of like pure democracy is complete garbage. If that sort of if we had a country or state or whatever, any sort of state like that, that would be complete garbage. And sure, that's when you get stuff like that where they could potentially vote away to, like, for instance, take all of the take like the five richest people in the country and take all of their money and redistribute it amongst themselves, stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff you get in a pure democracy. So sure, that's garbage. Okay, but I think she clearly said that she grounds her morality in her religion, which is interesting because she also says that as a country it's consensus, but she could still think that something is wrong, even though it would be right for, or like it would work for a country to do stuff differently from her personal beliefs. So it's interesting how that's supposed to work. I am a bit confused by that, um, because you have opinion, you have a moral. How do I put this? She morally thinks one thing, but understands that other people can morally think something else. And even though she grounds her morality in her religion, she's sort of accepts that other people may not. So I don't really understand how that works together. But I mean, it seems to work for her somehow. But yeah, I don't fully understand that. Everyone is an interesting choice there. Which I forgot I forgot what they said because I was so busy blabbing. I don't. I totally forgot what. I don't even know who was the one that said everyone there anymore. I'm sorry. I was I was so busy blabbing that I don't remember who said everyone.
Due process, you said consensus is how we should rule.
Consensus is typically how we select for like electoral people. And then electoral people are hopefully, although not always, supposed to be educated in such a way that they can make statecraft policies that brings about most good for citizens. Because I don't think statecraft is in and of itself moral.
Okay, so we're not actually appealing to consensus for how we should run things then?
Well, to some degree, because the stakeholder is the voter. So to some degree, you have to appeal to what stakeholders believe.
So what's preventing voters in a liberal democracy from voting in laws which go against your morals?
Well, I would argue that God puts like a sense of conscience within each of us. And I don't think that almost anyone actually emerges in such a way that they say it's good to kill babies. I think, for example, pagan institutions did erect very historically, and you will notice that they don't exist anymore because they don't work very well and people don't like them. And I also would argue that they were moral at the time. Right? And so in the case of statecraft, we would use consensus to vote in elected representatives, and these elected representatives would impose laws. But if we don't agree with those laws, then we can oust that person.
Yeah,
we have
but
federal
that's
courts.
not my question. My question is, what actually prevents inside of a liberal society from people utilizing consensus in order to pass laws which are immoral, from your view?
Immoral from my view?
Yeah.
Nothing, but I don't think that I don't think that all of my moral system should be rule of law.
I understand.
Do you think that?
All I'm doing is making sure that I get it right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think that
But before you do, I'm going to interrogate the position, then you can interrogate mine.
He always does this. This is so annoying. So he can ask questions constantly the whole freaking time, anytime he wants. But anytime somebody wants to ask a question back, like 90% of the time, he's like, well, let me do this thing first, and then later you can ask your question. And later never freaking comes. That is a trap. Later is not a thing. Anytime he's like, oh, well, we can do my worldview later. You can ask me questions later. Later is not a thing. Later does not exist. There is no later. That is so annoying. That is incredibly annoying.
I would just like to have some back and forth.
That's the fair way to do it.
I'm glad that she's not simply like going with it, because I think she understands that later is not going to be a thing.
Well, but the problem is you just divert.
Wait, no, that's not true. The first conversation we had, the first
the problem is she just diverts. Why are you like the boss of the conversation? This is supposed to be a back and forth between two people that are more more or less on the same level as far as like power in the conversation. So he's constantly trying to like run things like he's the boss of it or something, which is really weird.
Segment
I don't
was
care about the meta.
Christian.
Just let me finish the
I'm not
interrogation of
dropping
the
the meta
position.
because you're doing some.
You
You're doing like the
refuse
sneaky
to allow.
bad faith.
I want. How's it bad faith to want to interrogate
because
your position?
I haven't said you can.
I'm glad he says interrogation because it very clearly is an interrogation, not like an inquisition of let's narrow down your worldview. I just want to understand it or whatever. He's for once calling it what it is. I'll at least give him that.
And interrogate my position. I said, can you wait for a second so I can ask you some questions? Because in the case where I was interrogating your worldview with the first prompt, I also allowed
There is no after he's done with his. That doesn't happen.
You to interrogate my worldview in return.
Let me do the interrogation first, and then you can do yours second.
Okay, so do you think that we should?
No. I said.
Why doesn't he do his second? Why don't we just do that? Why does his go first? Like, I see this basically every debate he does, and it is so annoying to see the same thing over and over again. And I'm glad she's not like running with it.
Ed, let me do my interrogation first. You can do yours.
Because people usually do. People usually go with it because they think, oh, okay, well, I'll just do this first, and he's gonna be good faith, and then we'll do a back and forth, and it's gonna be all fair, and it's not.
I'm saying I would like a back and forth.
But all that does is derail from the questions I have.
Oh no! Oh no! Whatever will we do if somebody derails from the questions you have? Because your questions are the most important thing in this planet. Like, what could possibly be more important? Nothing is more important than somebody answering your questions, because like derailing from that, how could we? Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine what would happen if they were to derail from your line of questioning. Somebody is gonna like explode or something. This is gonna be a big problem. We gotta make some laws against that or something. There has to be a law. We have to make some consensus and vote on a law to make sure that nobody ever interrupts Andrew's line of questioning. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. I don't know if anybody remembers the Lemonhead from Adventure Time. It's been such a long time since I've seen that, but I remember that Lemonhead character. He's unacceptable. That's how I imagine Andrew right now. Unacceptable. Speaking of which, I have an interesting side Andrew update. I heard him basically say he has Alex O'Connor in his debate crosshairs. That would be so cool. You won't believe this, but I have in my notes, I have notes from the last debate. So yesterday's debate, I was taking notes as to basically all the bullshit. And somewhere in here, I have, I'm gonna Control F. Here it is. He said something like he doesn't listen to non-Christians about Christianity when he was debating the other woman. And I have in my notes here, next to that, I have what I wouldn't pay to watch Alex O'Connor put Wilson in his place. That is what I have in my notes. So it's so funny you say that, because when he says, I don't listen to non-Christians about Christianity, and how apparently they don't know anything and they're all wrong about Christianity and all that, even though it looks like he got some things wrong himself in the last one. I'm gonna have to go through that at a later time, but yeah, that is funny you say that, because that would be so cool. I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that. I would pay like real American cold hard cash to see that. That would be so cool. I don't know. That's like a wish list item. It's so funny you say that, because I literally have that in my notes. That would be great. Sorry, I was way more excited about that than I probably should be, but every time that I see him on some bullshit about Christianity and saying all kinds of stuff that is not aligned with it properly, like that's I think of Alex O'Connor and how great it would be if somebody were to debate him that really knows their stuff on this and is on the opposite. Like Reexamination really knows his stuff, and he debated him, and I think that like he did really well. And similarly, I think Alex O'Connor also knows a lot of stuff, like a lot of religious related stuff, and it would be nice to see from a an atheist perspective somebody debate him, because the only times that I've seen somebody do really well is like Reexamination from a Christian perspective. He, People from an atheist perspective tend to not do well, and it probably does have something to do with them, well, us not being as knowledgeable about Christianity. So when he says, "Oh well, I don't listen to non-Christians about Christianity," being so universal about that, I think is gonna bite him in his butt. Because like Alex O'Connor probably knows way more about Christianity than Andrew does. But like generally, that's probably it is probably true that Christians know more about Christianity than non-Christians. But it's not like a universal thing. There's plenty of religious scholars and, well, Alex O'Connor, that do know way more. I'm sure he's seen the video of Alex's debate with David Wood. I don't know if Andrew would go for it. Alex said recently he prefers conversations like in his podcast. Yeah, which is sort of why I didn't think that that would happen, because of like the Alex has said recently he prefers conversations like in his podcast, because he's sort of he said several times that when he was younger, not that he's really old now, but when he was a little bit younger than he's now, he liked more of the like winning and debates and really like being right. And now he's chilled out a lot more and prefers more of like a calm, casual conversation, like you were just saying there. So it that's why I didn't think it would happen, because that's very opposite of what we need here. We need the Alex O'Connor from back in the day when he was like, I'm gonna get this right and I'm gonna win, because that's the only way that. Well, you know what? I could be wrong about that, because if we have Andrew who is very like, I'm going to win, winning is everything, conversation doesn't matter, it's all about getting the upper hand, versus if we have somebody like Alex O'Connor who is complete opposite of that currently, that could also work, because the contrast of that, while him still winning and like being right, yeah, I don't know, that's gonna be interesting. I really hope that happens. I really do. I'm gonna stop blabbing about it now. I'm so sorry. That was a very, very long, like obsessive. I would really love to see that, because I really like what Alex O'Connor says, and he seems really knowledgeable, and I really do, what I wouldn't pay to watch Alex O'Connor put Wilson in his place. It's funny that it's funny I had that. Andrew said he's always looking down on people and he doesn't like his attitude. I'm not sure who he's seen, because that's a pretty far reach. He said that about Alex. That is wild. I would say that's projection. I thought at first you were saying like Andrew said that about himself, because that sounds like Andrew Wilson. All right.
Rails from the dunk that you're trying to lead me into.
How
I
is it a
understand that it
dunk?
does that. Well, because what you're trying to do is to get to some foundational thing of being like, see, it's born on nothing. And it's like, okay, Andrew,
That's what's bad faith.
Do you want to just go to Agrippa's Trilemma?
Not allowing your position.
I have to take a quick restroom break. I will be right back. Unfortunately, I don't have like a fun be right back screen. It's gonna be the boring one, but I'm sorry about that. Be back. Hello. I really do have to get a fun screen so it's not. I think I was saying that the last time too. I was gonna do something like that today, like figure out all the sound settings and all the like fun be right back screens and things like that, but I decided I was gonna stream instead. This was really impromptu, so I really do have to get something for that because just the be right back on its own just is pretty lame. Interesting. He's always. Oh, okay. I already got that one. Turn back into the debate. They're going deep into philosophy. They're still going. That's crazy. That's exactly what I was about to say. They got some pizza. Oh, at least he's gonna feed them. That's nice. That's something. I feel like just getting pizza is something that he could do basically every time, because when he has like the panel of girls that he usually has on, and they're on for like sometimes 8, 9, sometimes like 10 hours. It gets ridiculous. He couldn't feed them during that time. I don't know why he doesn't get pizza every single time. That sounds like a no-brainer. If you're gonna have guests on to do your show for that many hours in a row and not even get them a pizza or something, that I don't know. It seems like bad hosting, I suppose. Like, as a host, I couldn't imagine doing something like that. But since it's Andrew, of course, he's gonna make sure they get something to eat. But that's crazy. I thought they would for sure be done by now. I did not think it was gonna go this long.
Position.
Everyone knows that this is what's happening.
So you're saying that your position when it's interrogated is
I thought I saw this earlier on the bottom there, but I wasn't sure because it looked like maybe it could have been a hand. I could have been seeing things. I thought I saw this little thing, like, really? He couldn't just put his hand in the frame, whoever that is? Why? It's just got a little thing to push the cup in.
foundation's going to be incoherent?
I would say every single.
That was hardly even in the frame. Having a hand there would not be that big of a deal. No, Def, this is the future. Oh my goodness.
Foundation of any worldview, normative, or meta-ethics is unjustifiable. Yes, this is what axioms are.
Oh, really?
They all fail Agrippa.
I am way in the past over here. About 6 hours in the past. Damn.
Trilemma. Yes.
Oh,
How
because
do you
of
not
Agrippa's
fail it?
trilemma.
How do you,
Wait, no, wait, what? Oh, hang on.
derails from the dunk that you're trying to lead me into.
How is it
I
a
understand if it
dunk?
does that. Well, because what you're trying to do is to get to some foundational thing of being like, see, it's born on nothing. It's like, okay, Andrew.
That's what's bad faith.
Do you want to just
Not
go to
allowing
Agrippa's trilemma?
Not allowing your position.
Everyone knows that this is what's happening.
So you're saying that your position when it's interrogated is foundation
I got distracted by the little thing, but what they're saying is way more interesting.
is going to be incoherent?
I would say every single foundation of any worldview, normative, or meta-ethics is unjustifiable. Yes, this is what axioms are.
Oh, really?
They all fail Agrippa's trilemma. Yes.
Oh,
How do you
because
not
of Agrippa's
fail it?
trilemma.
How do you not fail Agrippa's trilemma?
Oh, man. That's really weird. Tell me again, what does Agrippa's trilemma say?
What is this? Like, this is another piece I saw earlier. Remember when I was saying I jumped in at some point, and this is the piece that I saw. Tell me, what is Agrippa's trilemma? What is That's totally believable. It's you tell me what that is again. It's very obvious he has no idea what that is. The only reason it sounded familiar to me is because this is something that they discussed in the previous debate with the one with, I think it was her and Jay Dyer, actually. That is the only reason why that sounded familiar to me, and I sort of got the gist of it because I remember it from that conversation. Otherwise, I would have no idea what that was either. Especially, like, I don't know anything about philosophy or anything. So I definitely would not have known if I hadn't remembered hearing it from their conversation with Jay Dyer and from the context of what she's saying too. You can kind of make out what that is, even if you don't know on its own. But to be completely exact, let me get... because I did have to look up how to spell it earlier when I was trying to type it out, because I wasn't sure exactly if it was the double P's or the double M's. I thought maybe if it was like, I didn't remember exactly if it was double or single. And I think they do eventually look it up also, because I don't remember exactly who asks for it to be pulled up, but they do pull it up at some point, and it's sort of what she's saying. There's the trilemma is the three traps, and every time you try to justify something, you end up in one of the three things. So one is infinite regress, the other is circular reasoning, and the other one is foundationalism, which is a dogmatic stopping point. So you stop somewhere and say, this is self-evident, this is axiomatic, this needs no further justification. So, and I think the other ones are kind of self-explanatory, the circular reasoning and the infinite regress. The reason needs a reason, needs a reason, needs a reason. The circular is also self-explanatory. And then the other one Shan's are bringing up, this one, I had no idea what it meant, was the Euthyphro's dilemma. But I'll wait for her to bring that one up, and then I can read that one. I don't know why he can't just say, I don't know what that is. Can you explain so we can like discuss it or whatever? But he plays this game of like pretending to know what it is and asking her to like he's quizzing her, like he's gonna quiz her what it is. This is so cringe.
It's dogmatism. All justification systems fail at a foundational level because they will fail in one of three ways, or all of three ways: dogmatism, infinite regression, and circular reasoning.
Is that position justified?
I should have just let her explain. I don't know. I forgot that was something that happened.
No.
Okay. So anyway, back to this.
Wait, so you run away from Agrippa's?
That makes
they will fail in one of three ways, or all of three ways: dogmatism, infinite regression, and circular reasoning.
Is that position justified?
No.
Okay.
This isn't a position. It's more of like an observation of how logical reasoning tends to work out. It seems to be one of those three things at the very base. So, as far as I understand, again, I'm not an expert on this, but as far as I understand, it's something like that. And he very clearly does not understand at all, because even though she explained it to him, I don't think he listened, or either he didn't listen, or he heard it and didn't understand it, or he's choosing to be obtuse regardless of understanding it or not. I don't know. I don't know exactly which one it is, but the way he's trying to argue his way out of it makes no sense whatsoever.
So anyway, back to this.
So anyway, back to this. I hate that.
Run away from Agrippa's. Okay, you know what?
I ran away from it?
Yeah.
You just said that Agrippa's trilemma is not a justified position.
What do you mean by justified?
Well, whatever you mean by it in Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, it's an internal critique of justification systems. What do you mean is Agrippa's trilemma unjustified? It is a philosophical tool that we can utilize to understand that at a foundational level, no belief systems. How do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Truth?
How do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Well, it's self-refuting. This has been known for 1,000 years. I don't know if you know this or not. It's a self-refuting. Agrippa's trilemma is self-refuting.
So how do you not engage in dogmatism?
If all things are axiomatic,
you
right?
assume.
The reduction to axiomatic, are we making a truth claim?
You are making a truth claim.
Okay,
Yep.
and is that truth claim justified?
No.
No.
Yeah, because you assume. Wait, are you not making a truth claim?
It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Are you not making truth claims?
Wait a second.
Does your moral system not utilize truth claims?
Did you posit an argument to me, which was Agrippa's trilemma?
Yep.
And was that argument justified? No.
No more than any. Wait, is your argument justified?
What does that have to do with you?
I'm internally critiquing you this
You
time.
can internally critique me with your argument?
How are you not? Yeah, so I said, how do you.
Why doesn't he take that lesson and utilize that in his own internally critiquing, I suppose, what should we call it, endeavors? So whenever he goes into his own internal critiquing endeavors, why doesn't he take this whole, oh, well, it has to be the opponent's position in order for it to be an internal critique? He seems to ignore that when he's doing the supposed internal critique. But when somebody else says internal critique, he's quick to be like, oh, that's not my position.
You not fail Agrippa's trilemma, and you said Agrippa's trilemma doesn't matter. That's not how you solve Agrippa's trilemma.
It doesn't matter.
You said it's unjustified.
Well, it's self-refuting.
How is it self-refuting?
Because if you claim that you're making a truth claim that's unjustified, then you're not making a truth claim.
Sure you are. You're just assuming. Agrippa's trilemma, I guess, engages in dogmatism.
That it's not justified?
Yeah. So Agrippa's trilemma, I suppose, engages in dogmatism itself. But how is it self-refuting?
You just explained it.
Every single system is self-refuting them by this law.
Is that a truth claim?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fail because of Agrippa's trilemma?
Yes.
So should I take anything you say seriously? Because
give me a single truth claim.
I don't have to make your argument.
He's going to run from this one again. Watch. Give me a single truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma. Go.
Okay. First of all, back up. Whose argument is this?
Give me a
This is so annoying.
single truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma.
Whose argument is
I knew
this?
you were going to weasel on this.
Every time he demands people answer his question, but when somebody else has a question that is a very direct one, he can just choose to ignore it. And that's totally fine if he does it, but if somebody else tries to move on or ignore his question or do something else or whatever it may be, anything but answer his question exactly in the way he wants it to be answered, then it's the end of the world. We're all gonna start crying about it. That's gross. He definitely misunderstood it as a position. He even adopted it, and that's where he got real bad faith. Yeah, I don't think he was listening to, like, she even explained what it was to him, but I don't think he was, either he wasn't listening or he still didn't get it despite listening. I don't know exactly which it is. It kind of seems like he still doesn't really understand what it is. He sort of like heard some key words and he's trying to latch onto those key words as if that's supposed to prove something. And yeah, this was a weird conversation.
This one, I'm just going to stay here.
Okay, stay here. Whose argument is it?
Right now, both of us. We're both having a conversation.
Wait a second.
Are we not both having a conversation?
I didn't argue that Agrippa's trilemma is true. You did.
I said it's true in like an assumed way, in the way that all things are assumed.
So is it true or not?
It's true in like I suppose, true in the way that we mean true for everything else that's true.
What does that mean?
Well, give me an example.
Yeah, it's not my argument. You don't get to interrogate me for your argument.
No, I'm asking you for a counterfactual to prove
I don't need to. It's your argument.
My argument is nothing is. Nothing is this thing you're saying.
Nothing's true?
Can you provide me a counter?
So nothing's true?
I didn't say nothing's true. I said truths
then
are
what's
assumed.
True?
Truths are assumed. Tautologies.
Truths are assumed tautology?
Do you know? Yeah. No, truths are assumed. They're tautologies.
Truths are tautologies?
But oftentimes at a foundational level, yeah.
Often or are?
Are. Yeah.
So is Agrippa's trilemma a truth tautology?
It's not an axiom. It's a philosophical.
I think we need another vocab word. So this is actually a somewhat commonly used word, and a lot of times I look something up that is related to philosophy. I had to do this a lot for one of the videos where I was pointing out like all the ways that this dude right here got a lot of things wrong. But for all those things, I had to do a lot of research, and a lot of that research, a lot of times involved this particular word and the tautology. And every time I have looked it up, every time I was like, oh, okay, cool. And every single time I forgot what it was. Every time I look up this word, I forget what it is. But a a tautology is a statement that is true no matter what. So apparently it is true because of the structure, not because of the facts about the world. And we have some examples here. It is either it's raining or it's not raining. That is always true by default. If it's raining, then it's raining, which duh. Apparently it's a tautology because it comes from the logical form of the thing, sentence, phrase, whatever, not specifically what it's about. Not like, oh, you look outside and it's like wet or whatever. So, for example, it is raining, that can be true or false, but it is raining or it's not raining, it can't possibly be false. I don't know if the rest of this is really relevant, but that's sort of the gist of it. And I guarantee the next time I see the word, I'm gonna forget it again. I don't know what it is about this particular one, but it's happened every time. And I think saying truth tautology is a little bit redundant. I think it's tautology on its own already implies something that's true no matter what. So like a truth tautology might be something like saying a ATM machine or something. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that it seems like it's a standalone word, not necessarily like you don't need the truth in front of that. Tautology already involved that it's already defined as the something that's true no matter what. I just had to look up tautology. I never heard that word, and I'm a native English speaker. Burning fire or free gift, or tautology. I've never heard tautology. Tautology is the one that we are discussing. Burning fire or what? Yeah, every time I've seen the word, I've had to look it up. So if anybody is in the same boat, welcome to the boat. We're here together. We'll get through it. But it seems like Andrew Wilson didn't know what it meant either, because he was like mirroring her and like adding truth in there because she was defining it like that, and then he was putting it together. And of course now he's gonna like use that as if he knew it all along, when he's sort of gathering it from the context and from her definitions. I don't know, for this particular thing, because he is being bad faith, if I were her, I would just use the words and not explain them and wait for him to ask, which he never would, because he hasn't been, which would be stupid and kind of show that he would never admit like not knowing something, when I don't think it's a big deal to admit if you don't know something, because there's a lot of weird and unusual or even usual words out there that sometimes people just don't know, and it's not that big of a deal. If you ask the person to define it, you can move on from there together and try to continue with the rational, sort of logical way of trying to dissect something. So I don't know. Trying to pretend you know something is way more cringe than not knowing or not remembering something. That's a definition or whatever. That's where I'm at. It's actually authentic and endearing if you admit you don't know a concept or word. Yeah, I agree. It shows that, like, it shows you're honest, I guess. And if I talk to somebody and I use a word that they don't know, and they're like, oh well, I'm not sure what that is, what can you define or whatever, I don't I would never make fun of them for it unless they literally just did something like that to me or somebody, or whatever. Like if they don't do that sort of thing, I would never do that to somebody. Although it's probably usually me that doesn't know words. So there's that too. That's certainly part of the story.
Philosophical system, and it's a philosophical equation how you test your own thinking. So how do you?
And so, okay, I'm super confused.
Give me a truth claim that doesn't solve.
I don't have to make your argument.
This isn't my argument. My argument is all arguments foundationally will fail Agrippa's trilemma.
Okay, so you are making an argument.
You're saying that's not true.
I didn't say anything like that. I asked you.
Do you think
how
that's
it was true?
Wait, so you're agreeing with me that no truth claim?
I didn't agree with anything.
So you have to, those are the options.
I don't have to do anything. You're making.
This is so annoying. This is something else that he says a lot. Oh, I don't have to make your argument for you. I don't have to this. I don't have to that. But you do have to respond. If you disagree with her, you have to explain why and how. You can't just be like, nope, and then what? You win? What? How is this supposed to work?
An argument.
I guess you could be a coward and you could run away from
It's not cowardice. You posit that there's.
It is cowardice. I'm sorry, I agree with her.
That Agrippa's trilemma is true.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm saying that's assumed because all things are at a foundational level are assumed. And I said, can you give me an example
is
where
God
that's
assumed?
not true? Yeah, God is dogmatism.
Okay, so you think
assuming God exists.
So when I ask you, does God exist, and you say yes, that's not true.
It's true, and I'm assuming it.
How is it true?
It's true because I believe it's true. I'm a divine command theorist.
So okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right.
How do you solve Agrippa's? He's just going to run away from this.
When you posit, well,
you have to pay like $10 to force him to answer this question.
How do you posit the argument?
He's gonna keep interrogating. I don't think he's gonna answer the question. I'll be surprised if if he does.
Arguments, and then I have to answer to the argument.
She would have to really press him on it for him to answer.
So if I pose an argument and I give you the justification for my argument, and it seems like the way that you're acting is that you think that is incorrect, then you have to pose me a counter. So I said, if I'm wrong, Andrew, you can just prove me wrong like that. Find me a truth claim that isn't fundamentally unjustifiable.
Yeah. So
go ahead. How do you find me one truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma?
First of all, who posits Agrippa's trilemma is true, Andrew or Erudite?
Agrippa's trilemma isn't. This is like saying Euthyphro's dilemma is true. Is Euthyphro's dilemma true?
Okay. Again, why are you asking?
I guarantee if he didn't know Agrippa's trilemma, he doesn't know Euthyphro's dilemma. Sorry, Euthyphro's. That's hard to say. Dilemma. That one's the God one. Let me find it here. That one I absolutely did not know or ever heard of or remember. Although after I read it, I was like, oh, okay, I've heard of this before. I've just never heard the name for it. So this and I think a lot of you will probably think this sounds familiar as well. I hope I'm saying it right. Euthyphro's I keep saying try. You know what? Of course, it's gonna have to be one of those weird ass like Greek sounding name. Euthyphro's dilemma asks: is something morally good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's morally good? That's it. And I've definitely heard that set of questions before. I've never heard it called that though. I have never heard Euthyphro's dilemma as the name for it. But I don't remember a lot of names for things, so that's not surprising. But I think most people have at some point, if you've heard any sort of like religious debates at any point, have probably heard something like, is something morally good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's morally good? So this is basically like, it's sort of like, could God, if God can do something, if God can demand that somebody do something awful, like murder somebody, would that become good because God said so? That sort of thing. Let me see if I can find a better way of putting it here. Could God command cruelty and it would become good? So if somebody says yes, then morality is arbitrary, and if they say no, then goodness exists independent of God's command. So that's sort of the dilemma definition. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I think the questions on their own are probably less complicated if I don't try to overcomplicate it and explain it. Is something morally good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's morally good? Sort of like chicken and egg of morality or something. All right.
Me questions about.
And let me guess, he's never gonna ask, oh, what is the Euthyphro's dilemma? What is that? Can you help me? Can you help define that for me?
Your argument.
Because what you're doing, I think I can't tell. I can't tell if you genuinely.
He doesn't even try to play this time the whole, like, okay, why don't you tell me what it is? Like, he doesn't even try the quizzing thing this time. Probably because it didn't work last time. That was pathetically obvious.
Don't understand Agrippa's trilemma, maybe, or if you're being bad faith. Those are the only two
How am I being bad faith when you pause an argument and I ask you about
relax.
That's interesting giveaway there, because she said either you don't understand or you're bad faith, and he answers the how am I being bad faith part. So he doesn't seem to disagree with the oh, you don't understand Agrippa's trilemma part. So that I find, oh sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. I find that quite telling indeed, that he doesn't seem to contest the oh, you don't get it part. He does that when he doesn't know. He goes to the you tell me what it is. Absolutely, yeah. I've seen that often. I don't know why it's so hard to just be like, well, hey, can you help me define that? Turning into this whole back and forth thing and acting like, oh, I know everything that possibly ever exists and all of the words. It's so cringe.
Andrew, I said there's two options. You genuinely don't understand, or you're being bad faith.
Well, and every time he does this whole like, oh, I'm gonna bump my forehead into the microphone because I'm like so smart, and this is like so frustrating, bro, because she's like being so unreasonable and stupid, and like I'm like so smart, I don't want to even be here anymore, it's so stupid. I can do voices too. Am I doing it right? That's it. You don't even need the $250 debate university fee. I'm already getting everything I need. I got my voices down. That's like half the battle.
There's a third option, which is maybe you don't understand.
The weird like mocking voices. That's half the battle. That's I'm almost there.
I do understand how dilemmas work in philosophy.
Then let's...
Are trolley problems true?
If Agrippa's trilemma...
is like a trolley problem,
yeah. I just want to make sure...
It's a philosophical test of logic.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. So when you're talking about Agrippa's trilemma, would you have any criticisms for this argument that you're making?
I can't solve it. That's the point of the dilemma.
Okay, so when you say that... when I ask you, is Agrippa's trilemma true?
I can't solve it.
Is it true, though?
Is a trolley problem true? Is Euthyphro's dilemma true? What are we doing right now?
Yeah, I think philosophically you can say that the conclusion is true or false.
No, Agrippa's...
What? She says, is Euthyphro's dilemma true? And he says, yes, you can say the conclusion is true or false. But as we just learned, the Euthyphro's dilemma is something morally good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's morally good? Which conclusion is true, Andrew? Which one? Even if he was referring to the trilemma, that which conclusion? Wait, which one? That it's in the name. There's like 3 options. I'm honestly baffled that he's going this route, because even if you don't know the words, the first part, the second part implies that there's like a dilemma, trilemma, more than one option. So I don't know how he's getting like, oh, the answer is true or whatever. What?
Trilemma isn't a conclusion. Agrippa's trilemma is a problem. It's a philosophical problem. Is Euthyphro's dilemma true?
Wait. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about Agrippa's trilemma.
Yeah, it's a problem in the same way that Euthyphro's dilemma is.
Okay, so
is trolley problems true?
Walk me through Agrippa's dilemma. I'll make sure I understand it.
Okay, Agrippa's trilemma posits that no beliefs are justifiable foundationally because they will fail one of 3 ways.
Mm-hmm.
She already did that in the beginning, and now he's doing the thing again where he's like, Oh, I'm quizzing you. You tell me, and I'll judge if you're right or not. I'm the teacher here. You're the student. This is a pop quiz. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Pop quiz. Tell me what it is. I can find out.
Dogmatism, infinite regression, or circularity. And I'm saying, can you find me an example of a true claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma?
Well, that sounds to me like you're positing propositions and a conclusion.
I'm giving you something similar to like a Euthyphro dilemma or a trolley problem to see if you can solve it logically.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with Agrippa's trilemma, which we're talking about.
It has everything to do with Agrippa's trilemma because you're asking if it's true, which is like asking me if trolley problems are true.
No, it's not.
Are trolley problems true?
If it's propositional, this sounds like propositional logic to me. You're actually giving me premises and a conclusion. Is the conclusion true?
This is not what's happening. It's a dilemma. Is the Euthyphro dilemma true?
Well, that's a whole different thing.
These are one-to-one comparison. This is the comparison I'm trying to make because I feel like you're not understanding what a dilemma is.
Write it out for me.
I'm doing the Andrew microphone thing, although I don't really want to forehead bump into the microphone. That'd be kind of weird. But this is. I'm learning. See that's like another 25%. I'm almost there. I'm almost a pro debater.
I don't need to. How do you solve Euthyphro dilemma? Or do you think
right now I just want it written out so I can see if this is a non.
He wants it written out. He doesn't even know what it is that they're saying. He wants her to write it down so that he can like figure out what it is that they're even saying, because these are kind of weird words to say. So he wants it spelled out. So he's making her write it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm tired. We're definitely not doing this whole debate. That is many hours that I'm not ready for, especially, yeah, I'm beat. But we'll do a little bit more because this is hilarious. But he's literally making her write. He's making her write down what she's saying because he doesn't even know what it is she's saying. He's kind of like parroting the words the best he can, but he wants to know how to write it so he knows what they're talking about, so that he can keep pretending to understand what it is that she's been saying all along. Whole debate. No. I don't think anybody is going to be able to do the whole debate. Even if I were somehow physically able to sit through this whole thing in one sitting, there is no way that I'm not going to, like, at some point, like right here, it's going to be me by myself. I guarantee it. Let's not do that.
Unpropositional problem.
Okay, I'm just going to write out what I've said.
Okay.
All foundational beliefs are
private chat, Nathan, if you want to pull that up.
Yeah, get the TTS in here. Make Brian some money, okay?
Oh no, I was going to pull up Agrippa's trilemma.
Oh, so it's on screen?
So people know what the heck you guys are talking about.
Yeah, so people can know, not so that we can tell Andrew what it is. So other people in general can know. Everybody. Andrew already knows for sure. It's for everybody else's benefit.
Go F11 with it, Nathan. Do you have it?
He is helping Andrew in this debate.
Okay, it also goes by Munchausen trilemma, I guess?
I would just look up specific Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, scroll down.
Just finish it writing. I want to see if it's
scroll
propositional.
down. Yeah, continue on though. Go ahead, scroll down.
You finish writing so I can read the screen right now. I got to read the screen so I know what you're talking about. You finish writing over there. I'm good. I'm going to read the screen just to make sure it's right. Make sure that Wikipedia has it right. I only lasted about 20 minutes and you're more entertaining than debate, dude. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you so much. That's already explained several times. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Several times. Basically, almost immediately after she said it, she was nice enough to explain it to him, but it looks like it went in one ear and out the other, or maybe not even in the one ear. I don't know. Something happened there that... Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is like, let me read the screen. You keep writing. You keep busy while I read the screen.
Keep going. It says the name. Scroll down. It says, so Munchausen trilemma is also known as Agrippa's trilemma. So I guess it's just a different name for it. Scroll back up.
Yeah, so
okay,
see
so
the
I'll read
three
this.
there?
Here,
Yeah.
keep working on this. But the circular argument in which the proof of some proposition presupposes the truth of that very proposition, the regressive argument in which each proof requires a further proof ad infinitum, the dogmatic argument which rests on accepted precepts which are merely asserted rather than defended. The trilemma then is having to choose one of the three equally unsatisfying options.
Okay.
Hopefully you can read that. Sorry if you can't. Just tell me if you need me to rewrite something.
Circular argument, infinite regression, or dogmatism. So then, you believe in objective truth, right?
I believe in objective morals, yeah. And like scientific realism.
Are they objectively true? Morals?
Yeah. Well, objectively, like they exist outside of me.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, what makes it true?
I'm assuming.
So is everything you assume true?
No, but everything I assume is true because I'm really good at philosophy. How do you solve? All I'm
It has
asking,
nothing to do with me.
It does.
You don't believe.
So here's what's
it
happening.
doesn't.
How do you solve Euthyphro's dilemma?
Why do I need to solve your problem?
Because if I'm posing you Euthyphro's dilemma, a philosophical problem, you can't go, is the problem true? That's not.
I'm not even asking about
that's
that.
Like
I'm
sidestepping
asking
the conversation.
if you believe that this is correct, and you also believe that objective morality is correct.
Yeah, correct in the way that we're assuming Agrippa's trilemma. Correct in the way that like trolley problems are good at testing
So
logic.
we're just both making assumptions about everything?
Everyone is, well, that or you're infinitely.
Okay, that everybody at some point has to assume something.
Regressing. Those are your two. Well, there's your circular reasoning, which is a tautology. So everyone's kind of doing tautology.
So we're just assuming God.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How are you not?
So all of these things in philosophy are just going down to these three categories for you?
No, not these. These aren't categories. These are ways in which you're fallacious. Your thinking is fallacious. So it's saying all beliefs, all meta-ethics, normative frameworks are fundamentally unjustifiable because they can't solve for one of these three things. Thank you.
I see.
And I'm asking you, how do you solve
I
it?
can't. I'm going to adopt it.
He's like, Euthyphro's dilemma. I don't know.
Hey,
Can't find an answer to
No.
it.
I'm going to adopt it. You're right.
Okay.
I'm just going to assume everything's true because I assume it.
That's fine. But now
That's what you said.
Now you're in line with like. So this is one of your issues.
That's what you said.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Welcome to my world, okay?
I'm in your world.
We're based over here.
Yeah.
Okay. The issue is that I wouldn't go to secular people and be like, you don't have a moral ethical system because it's unjustifiable. Because I already know that mine's unjustifiable. I'm assuming I'm doing dogmatism and they're doing usually infinite regression.
So
or they're being cowards and they're being like, oh, I don't know.
So then you can't make a justification for why I shouldn't like pull out a machine gun and kill everybody.
These are not the same thing. You understand
not?
me? Yeah. So when I'm talking about foundational beliefs.
Yeah.
Pop quiz. What's foundational? Do you know what foundationalism is?
Yeah. It's going to be the pillar in which the belief stands on.
Yeah. Okay. So not all statements or beliefs
Thanks for
are
the pop quiz, by the
foundational.
way.
You're welcome. Well, I don't actually do pop quizzes. I usually
That's
ask
your whole
questions.
debate style, but go ahead.
It's not me knowing more information than you is not like some crazy like maniacal tactic.
Well,
and in fact,
when we get to the point where you do.
well, this is the issue.
For him, it is. That is a tactic that he uses against other people, is saying things that are like really philosophy bro sort of language that people who are not philosophy bro sort of people that generally use sort of normal day-to-day language that aren't familiar with words that are in the philosophy sphere, that want to debate concepts outside of those philosophy words. So instead of using basic language, he'll throw in these unusual words that normal people aren't used to hearing, and then act all high and mighty when they may not know them, and he'll treat that as a win, like, oh, he knows some definition that other people don't. To him, that is a win, which is why he is so hesitant to admit that he doesn't know something here, because for him that is like a win-lose situation. You can't possibly simply not know something and then learn it and then move on. That's not, and to him, that is not something that happens without consequence. So that's why it's such a big deal. I don't think he can even comprehend the idea that it's fine to not know some words. Yeah. Are squirrels good dancers? um hmm you know what, I don't even know. I understand this question is not meant to be answered, but now I'm thinking, like, what would be the best way? Would they, if they wanted to? I'm thinking the way their physiology, anatomy and physiology is laid out, probably not. But a squirrel dance could be good from the squirrel's perspective, but bad from ours. So maybe it's just a matter of perspective. Just Andrew will literally grant anything but Agrippa's Trilemma. And you just missed the key question. How are you not? It's a play on words. There was a movie called Dances with Wolves. Oh, that is your username. Okay. Duh. Shows what I know. I was seriously trying to compute what the answer would be when it was completely irrelevant. I did not even connect that had anything to do with your username. Shows what I know, huh? Squirrels can dance like Michael Jackson, man. All right.
Andrew, it speaks to your insecurity that when I ask you questions about whether or not you know something, I'm asking in genuine good faith because they're like esoteric and I don't expect people to know them.
That's yeah. She's definitely right about that.
But you take it as an insult to like your pride or something like that. Of course, because you think I'm doing
to his pride, absolutely.
Something like maniacal when it's like me asking you, do you know what Agrippa's Trilemma is? Isn't to say, idiot, you don't know anything about Agrippa's Trilemma? Why are you even talking about philosophy? It's for me to go, okay, if you don't, let me explain it to you, and then I'm curious how you would reason through it. Right?
Yeah, the part, let me explain it to you, he takes that as like one of the greatest things that, like greatest offenses that can possibly be said. Like that is like right in the heart.
I would just reason that
because like playing teacher and explaining things to other people, that's one of the core ways that he does win stuff. That's one of the I'm winning points that he awards himself in debates.
I'll adopt it, and anybody that I decide to impose my will on can't actually say that I'm unjustified.
Of course you can.
How?
Well, you wouldn't say that your foundations are unjustified, but they would say, for example, here's a list of evidences and arguments as to why I don't think.
Yeah, but none of those are justified. They're all
you
going to
would
be
build
circular.
it off of tautologies.
So what?
Everything's built off of tautologies.
Then there's no justification. Tell me, can't do anything.
Wait, do you think math doesn't exist?
That's kind of what she was saying.
That's because
what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Math is tautological.
Oh my god!
Wait, do you not know that?
What is the justification?
Pop quiz time.
So,
do you know that math is tautological?
How can you tell me? You see what I mean? Pop quiz.
Well, I'm doing it now because you're just being ridiculous.
He's like, let Andrew finish when he's constantly interrogating her, but she asks a few questions that are very pointed that I don't think he can answer because he would have if he could. Especially something like that makes him look like he doesn't know something. If it makes him look like he doesn't know something, I think he would have answered if he could. Because him not knowing stuff, that's one of the key like no-nos in his debates. Like he has to, at all points in any debate, at all little turns, at every little point, he has to appear as if he knows everything that they're talking about and is completely on top of it. So I think he would have answered if he could.
Yeah.
Squirrel brain. Can you tell me?
I'm pretty focused.
Can you
squirrel? He said squirrel. He said squirrel. We have squirrels. This is like synchronicity, man. We're like connected in this web of synchronicities, and nothing is a coincidence. Everything is connected. The hand position, the shoulder posture. The squirrels.
tell me how it is then that you can create any justifications that anybody's ever doing anything wrong?
Logic and reason. You build on top of like tautological axioms that seem reasonable based on kind of assumptions, but they seem reasonable, and you build upon an entire structural of world belief, which is what
none of them are justified?
At a foundational level, no. All beliefs are unjustifiable.
Well, then you don't.
How do you solve dogmatism?
When you just told me then that I can't go to secular people and tell them that their beliefs are unjustified.
You can't and be consistent.
So then we should just throw philosophy out.
No.
Why not? It's not justified. At a foundational level, it's just a tautology that we make up,
because
right?
people accept tautologies, because that's how you think about the world, right?
Okay.
Like math, we just accept tautologies in math. We have to, because you have no starting point if you don't. So we assume these things, and then we build on top of them. And then the beauty of things like math and science, in the case of like, science realism, is you can use math and these things to observe and test and see if you're actually mapping onto the correctness of the world.
I see.
Yeah.
So then if I
logic.
utilize the assumption that God is real,
That's dogmatism. Yeah.
Yeah, this would satisfy you because you also use the assumption that God is real.
I'll just grant it, of course.
Okay.
I always
So then
grant
if that's the case, and we assume that God's real, and then we assume God's commands, and then we build our case off of that, that's justified. As justified as something can be.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, I don't know what we're arguing about. We'll just do that.
Well, we were arguing because you wouldn't answer Agrippa's Trilemma and saying that it wasn't true and coping.
No, I was asking you if it.
Yeah, that's basically it. because he still, no matter how many times she explained, he still didn't understand what it was and kept saying things that are basically nonsensical in relation
Was
to
true.
Well, we're arguing this because you were walking me along this thing and being like, secular
Yeah,
people have
but
no
I'm still gonna
justification for their worldview. And I went, well, we can go there, Andrew, but I'm just going to like jump ahead to Agrippa's
Great,
trilemma.
but I still want to get back to the interrogation.
Okay, but
now.
your line of argumentation is going to fall apart because when you go, well, why are you assuming that this is good? I'll go, we're assuming it.
Okay, that's fine. But anyway, back to can we get back to this now?
Sure.
Okay, so when we're talking about the issue of secularism,
Yeah.
or not secularism, I'm sorry, liberalism.
Wait.
Liberalism is what we're discussing here. So we'll pull back up on the notes since we went down that whole train of nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's like foundational philosophy. Phil 101, really. It's kind of important.
You're right.
And you like to weaponize it for your dumb audience against mean people to like innocent OnlyFans girls to be like, see, their belief system isn't justified. And it's like, no one's
Name a single time when I've done that.
Every time you were on the show.
Yeah, so give me, do you have one?
Yeah, when you debate any secular person, when you debated Charlie, when you debate Destiny, when you debated Naima, when you debated Xena, when you debated like et cetera, et cetera.
No, my argument is
you
actually
usually go,
that
your
if
belief
you're-
system's unjustifiable.
No, that's a dire
and it's
thing.
like, your beliefs are
I do the
unjustifiable.
opposite. I start at the end. I just say if it's the case that it's just preferences, then you have absolutely no criticism for me imposing mine.
Well, most secular people, if they're good on philosophy, wouldn't say, well, it's not just preferences, right? It's some mixture of like, we use, if they're utilitarian, they would use utiles.
These are all
if
preferences.
Not really. These
Yeah,
are like,
really.
there's no more preferences than you preferring God.
That's my point.
But then all of this is empty.
That's right.
So your
So then
arguments
you
are,
would have-
but then you have to grant that your arguments are just as empty as theirs.
If that's the case, then you would have no room to criticize me for imposing my preferences.
Sure, we could, because then we could just use reason and logic and evidence of what seems
Preferences?
to benefit people.
Your preferences
Yeah,
versus my
I think
preferences?
it's reasonable to assume that I prefer that like people are like people experience less harm, right? I think that's a reasonable preference
Why?
to have because I want it.
Then it's perfectly reasonable for me to say no.
I didn't say it's unreasonable.
Then there's nothing to argue
Because
there.
you're insisting that they're unjustifiable while you are. And I'm saying, no, you're all unjustifiable, but both are actually reasonable. You can have your Christian preferences, but as a Christian, I'm fighting you and saying, actually, your preferences are icky and bad for the faith. Don't do it. Also, Jesus wasn't political, so you're kind of going against what Jesus taught.
So
also bad to do.
Okay, so then back to this, when we're talking about liberalism and the system of liberalism, and you're appealing to consensus, right? If the consensus is that they want to kill every third baby, which is just part of their like preferences, man, and they assume that it's fine, you can't actually critique that.
Of course you can. We do it all the time.
With what?
You could use utilitarianism, and you could say actually killing babies is bad because it makes a worse world. It harms that specific baby. It probably also harms the mother, which would actually decrease the amount of flourishing and increase the amount of harm, which is why I think it would be bad to do. That's what a utilitarian could say.
And then say, but you would say that
God doesn't like it when you kill babies unless he orders you to do it, like in the
right.
Amalekites.
And which one of you is right?
Well, we would have to fight. I mean, the issue is like we have to assume at the end of the level.
Fight, right?
Yeah, and I would go. I think my argument's more.
Sorry, I'm falling asleep. I can't do this anymore. It's too late. I just hear like blah 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 blah. I'm gonna have to resume another time. It's way too late. I can't do it. I don't have time. I can't do it. I think if I try to force myself now, I'm just gonna fall asleep again, and I'm gonna miss anything that's potentially interesting and comment worthy. And yeah, like, nobody wants to sit here and watch me sleep. I was just like, let me just close my eyes for a second, and that's it. I can't do it. It's too late, y'all. I tried my best, and if it's to the point where I'm literally falling asleep, that there's no trying to work through that, it's not happening. There's no trying. It's not gonna work. It's not late to have a flight in 3 hours. What? No. It is very late, and that is crazy. Don't you need any rest before that? I guess if it's 3 hours from now, that probably suck to like fall asleep for only maybe 2 hours and have to wake up. That would suck. I'm pretty sure they're still going in the way. That can't possibly still be on. Where are we at? Minus. Well, it's probably gonna lose track anyway at some point. I'll have to find it again, but let me just run. Make sure I get write down what it is they said here so I can find it later in the transcript.
To have, because I want it.
Then it's perfectly reasonable for me to say no.
I didn't say.
All right, that should be a decent stopping point. But there is no way they're still going. That'd be crazy. Let me see.
It's try to refute the dogmatism of existence, of believing that.
No way. It does look like they got pizza. And are those all beer? Are those all empty beer cups? That is a lot of cups. That is a lot of cups. She's got. Oh, she stacked hers. Okay. I don't think she's drinking, but I heard him say like, "Oh, get me another beer" and stuff a few times. So those must be beer cups. I don't know if they're all beer cups or if only some of them, but damn. I can't believe.
Are you assuming
that is still live? That was red right there. It's still going. How many? 8.5 hours. We are not not doing that. There is no chance. We're definitely not going any farther. If I'm already falling asleep on the job, I ain't even I'm not even getting paid for this. You know what? It ain't even a job. There is no way. If I'm falling asleep, I would rather sleep. 8.5 hours. That is crazy. I don't know how they do it. Is it crack? Like what is it that's going on here? 8.5 hours. Holy moly. That is crazy. That is impressive stamina, I have to say. I chose to just stay up. Not the justs. The justs are gonna get this. Check. Yeah, I mean that is crazy. 106 ounces of booze. I can understand that to tolerate the convo. It certainly does make things interesting, I suppose, but I don't know. I really don't drink anymore. Not since I was much younger. But I can understand that would make things more interesting, I suppose, but I don't think I could risk it in public like this, because no matter how used you are to drinking, you're gonna say things in a way that at some point it will mess you up, and you'll say something wrong, or you'll say something you'll regret. And I do think that we see that with him often, unfortunately. He's laced in Bud Light. To be fair, I'm pretty sure she's been drinking energy drinks. Oh, okay. That basically the same thing. Those Red Bulls and stuff. Jeez, it's crazy how there are some drugs that are so scary illegal, but energy drinks have, if you drink enough of them, similar effects and are also dangerous. But that's fine. Anyway, I'm not gonna harp on that right now. That's just entirely separate thing. But oh boy, can't believe I just fell asleep like that. That's definitely a sign that we shall go no further tonight. Get the mental fog over it and often get aggressive, just natural. Good night, y'all. Good night, Dances with Squirrels. Maybe one day you'll tell us if the what was the question? If the squirrels are good at dancing. I'm definitely going to go back and listen to this another day. I'm more curious than anything at this point. Yeah, we're gonna revisit this. I do want to talk to Reexamination and see if he would like to join me tomorrow night or Sunday night or sometime in the very near future, because when we get to the more religious parts again, I'd really need somebody that knows their stuff about it, because I really don't know. I don't know shit about religion stuff. Besides the very basics, but more of the scripture kind of things. I have no idea in that regard. I am complete noob. All right. Well, everybody have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry I'm falling asleep. I apologize. I never thought that would happen on a stream, but there's a first for everything. So, I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have re-examination or not, but hopefully, maybe. I don't know. I have to ask him. But either way, I'll be here tomorrow night. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting with me. Again, sorry I fell asleep, but good night.